Chapter 1683. When did this king feel guilty? Tang Fu Shui's face turned ugly as he retorted with a tough attitude. A chuckle suddenly rang out as Feng Yan, who was standing next to old woman Feng, gracefully bowed to Yang Kai before opening her beautiful eyes and saying, "Junior sister greets Brother Yang. Brother Yang, please don't be impatient. You haven't returned to High Heaven sect for a long time and don't know much about the situation here, so there may be some misunderstandings. Now that corpse spirit religion is wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, all of us have fled to High Heaven sect. Brother Yang, as High Heaven sect master, is the master of this place. Please consider the overall situation first. If possible, why don't we sit down and talk?" Old woman Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that her granddaughter's words were very appropriate. Even Tang Fu Shui, who had momentarily lost his composure, calmed down slightly. "Who do you think you are? Whose junior sister are you? Don't try to curry favor with this sect master." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently, not putting her in his eyes at all. Old woman Feng's face sank. Feng Yan's beautiful face was filled with anger as she grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Myriad Beast Mountain, where she came from, was not weak, and she was the granddaughter of old woman Feng, so her aptitude was quite good. Although she was not as famous as Wei Guchang and the others, she was still one of the best rising stars on Shadowed Star. Coupled with her beautiful face and shrewd mind, she had always been a target of pursuit for the young men of Myriad Beast Mountain and was regarded as a goddess. Even if the young men of other great forces saw her, they would definitely chase after her. She had seen too many people who were captivated by her beauty. As such, she had never put men in her eyes and felt that all men in this world were idiots who could be controlled by her. However, Yang Kai's reaction made her angry out of shame. Since childhood, she had never been insulted like this. It was as if she had taken the initiative to stick to someone's cold buttocks in public, making it impossible for her to back down. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, Yang Kai no longer paid her any attention. To Yang Kai, she was just an insignificant pawn. This made Feng Yan even more furious. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she fiercely stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to bite off a mouthful of his flesh. "I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Send someone out to explain the situation clearly to me. If this sect master still does not understand the situation, all of you will scram from High Heaven sect." Yang Kai's eyes swept around like a hawk as he coldly shouted. The audience was in an uproar. Those who had been avoiding Yang Kai's eyes and didn't dare to look at Yang Kai directly became angry and glared at Yang Kai. As for the experts who were hostile to Yang Kai from the beginning, they were all shocked. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. Yang Kai sneered. His figure stood erect like a javelin, facing the various complicated gazes and emotions. It was as if he was in a violent whirlpool, and he remained unmoved. What a joke! He had even fought with a second-order origin king like Luo Hai, a star master, so how could Yang Kai be afraid of these people? Although the people in front of him were all origin returning realm masters. There were also many of them, but if Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, it was likely none of them would be able to escape from High Heaven sect. The vicious looks in their eyes were no different from a prostitute throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. After issuing the ultimatum, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to these people and instead spread out his divine sense, trying to find the people from High Heaven sect. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find any clues from the 81 peaks. All the people from High Heaven sect had disappeared. This discovery made Yang Kai's face grow uglier and uglier. The current him. He could vaguely guess what had happened to High Heaven sect. One possibility was that everyone had been killed by these guys, which was why he couldn't find them. The second possibility was that they had all evacuated from the 81 peaks. As for where they went, Yang Kai could roughly guess. The former was unlikely, although High Heaven sect didn't have many people in the beginning. Their strength was mixed, but after subduing those from Star Emperor Mountain, even if High Heaven sect didn't have many people, they were not soft persimmons that could be easily crushed. With the people in front of him, wanting to kill Yi Shiyun and the others was somewhat unrealistic. So, there was only the second possibility left. Yi Shiyun may have evacuated High Heaven sect to the deepest part of the Lu Yen sand field. That was the place where Yang Yun was hibernating and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Yang Kai didn't know why Yi Shiyun had made such a choice, but she had her own difficulties. Just as he was releasing his divine sense and thinking about this, an old man suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists in a dignified manner. Sect Master Yang, this old master is Medicine Pill Sect's great elder Li Jianming. Sect Master Yang has just returned from a long journey and must have worked hard. Why don't you take a rest first before we discuss this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Sect. This sect was one of the most famous forces on Shadowed Star, and the reason for this was simple: the disciples of this sect were skilled in alchemy. Just like Medicine King's Valley's status in the capital world, Medicine Pill Sect also had a special status on Shadowed Star. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 elders, all of whom were origin-grade low-rank alchemists. On Shadowed Star, these were extremely precious talents. Even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to treat these 5 with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Li Jianming, as the great elder of Medicine Pill Sect, was a famous existence on Shadowed Star, on equal footing with the sect masters of the various great forces. Naturally, he was qualified to stand up and speak. When the old man spoke, he stroked his white beard and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if he was saying, "Give this old master some face." Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before saying coldly, "There is still half a cup of tea left. If you want to compete with this sect master in terms of patience, this sect master is happy to accompany you, but what happens after half a cup of tea, this sect master cannot guarantee." After saying so, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, like a ferocious beast. Li Jianming's face changed as he angrily shouted, "Isn't Sect Master Yang being a bit too unreasonable? We came here to greet you, yet Sect Master Yang doesn't give us any face and even dares to speak such words that disregard the righteousness of the human race? Aren't you afraid of courting disaster?" Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he stared at Li Jianming like a sharp sword. Although this old man was an origin-grade alchemist, his cultivation wasn't very high, only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so he couldn't bear Yang Kai's gaze and was forced to take 2 steps back. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him, otherwise, Li Jianming would have been seriously injured. "Bold!" Tang Fu Shui suddenly shouted, a murderous light flashing across his eyes, "You dare attack elderly? Boy, you have no respect for your elders. You are the sect master of a great sect, yet you act on your own whims. Fine, this old master will teach you a lesson so you know how to behave in the future." Tang Fu Shui shouted as he pushed his Saint Qi. His Saint Qi was of the fire attribute, so after circulating it, his entire body began to burn, making him look like a fireball with terrifying momentum. Tang Fu Shui simply stretched out his hand and summoned a huge flaming hammer from the void and smashed down towards Yang Kai. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they wouldn't have been able to easily deal with this flaming hammer, but this was the full-powered blow of Floating Mist Palace's palace master. Even Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, showed dignified expressions. Yang Xiaozhu even took a step forward, preparing to take action. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and laughed, "Good, good, good, someone finally couldn't help but take action. Since you court death, don't blame this sect master." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai leapt up and met the flaming hammer head-on with a fierce look on his face. Returning to High Heaven sect full of expectations, Yang Kai suddenly found that the sect he had worked so hard to establish had been occupied by a group of completely unrelated people. His disciples and friends were all gone. Yang Kai had long been annoyed. However, Before he could figure out what was going on here, he could only suppress his anger and communicate with these people verbally. Although it was unlikely, what if there was some kind of misunderstanding? However, Yang Kai had never imagined that his benevolence would be mistaken for weakness and that someone would be stupid enough to throw his life away. Yang Kai's anger completely erupted. Courting death. Tang Fu Shui sneered. Seeing Yang Kai actually meet his killing blow with his bare hands, Tang Fu Shui not only did not restrain his strength but also increased the output of his Saint Qi. In an instant, the flaming hammer expanded once again, and its might became even more intense. Countless people's eyelids twitched as they stared at Yang Kai, who was about to meet the giant hammer, many different thoughts running through their minds. The seemingly small figure and the huge flaming hammer finally collided, and in the next moment, Tang Fu Shui's face changed drastically as he was sent flying backwards involuntarily, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Walla. The giant hammer condensed from a third-order origin returning realm master's pure Saint Qi and secret technique actually collapsed mid-air, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure leapt out, his murderous intent and anger condensing into a stream of light as he rushed towards Tang Fu Shui. Under Tang Fu Shui's incredulous gaze, Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it down. Tang Fu Shui's reaction was extremely fast. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around his body while at the same time spreading out his shi in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as his shi left his body, it shattered as if it had encountered its natural enemy, causing his body to be fixed in place and the surrounding air to solidify, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's fist rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. There were no Saint Qi fluctuations, but this fist was filled with an aura of death. Before this fist even arrived, Tang Fu Shui felt his Saint Qi barrier begin to shatter and his face begin to hurt. No! Tang Fu Shui screamed in horror. At this moment, he no longer had the graceful bearing of a temple master, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear as he desperately tried to survive. Kong, Yang Kai punched him in the face. Chapter 1684. The onlookers who were not weak almost couldn't help jumping up in fright. From what they could see, Yang Kai's punch had directly smashed Tang Fu Shui's head into pieces. They could even clearly see the entire process of Tang Fu Shui's head being smashed, a scene that seemed to have been played countless times in slow motion. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they stared at Kai Yang in a different light. The origin returning realm masters who had been looking down on Yang Kai were now filled with fear. They were well aware of Tang Fu Shui's cultivation and strength. Of all the origin returning realm masters present, Tang Fu Shui could definitely rank among the top 3. However, such a master had his head blown off by a single punch from Yang Kai, and he couldn't be more dead. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of using his Saint Qi at all. It was as if he had only relied on his physique and the strength of his fist to accomplish this feat. No one was stupid enough to think that Tang Fu Shui had underestimated his enemy or had somehow led to such an outcome. Tang Fu Shui was Floating Mist Palace's palace master and a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With his rich experience, how could he underestimate his enemy? And judging from the way he attacked, it was clear he had gone all out. But he was still killed in a single blow. In other words, Yang Kai's strength had far surpassed Tang Fu Shui's, which was why he couldn't even take a single blow. Tang Fu Shui was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so was Yang Kai an origin king? Thinking so, a series of gasps rang out as everyone felt their lungs fill with cold air. Kill everyone from Floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, not willing to give up. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao, and the other 2 had long been suppressing their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything. They could only wait and see, so when they heard Yang Kai's order, all of them let out a roar as they pushed their Saint Qi and domains and rushed towards the dozen or so people in front of them. These dozen people had come with Tang Fu Shui and were all wearing floating mist palace robes, making them easy to recognize. Yang Kai obviously wanted to kill them all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed into the floating mist palace camp, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters from floating mist palace had been completely subdued, encountering no decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, floating mist palace's force wasn't too weak, except for the dead Tang Fu Shui, who was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. There was also a third-order origin returning realm master, 3 second-order, and 7 or 8 first-order. However, they had long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods. Yang Xiaozhu and the other two were top powerhouses who had survived the blood prison, so how could they resist the onslaught of these three? 10 breaths later, the square was filled with corpses. The smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't say a word. They returned behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The entire audience was silent. Everyone could hear the fierce heartbeats in their chests as they looked at Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others. It was as if they were looking at a group of evil demons, their eyes filled with horror and panic. You actually dared to be so ruthless. Feng Yan's tender body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end combatants of my Shadowed Star's human race. If you kill them, who will fight against Corpse Spirit Religion's army in the future? Do you want to exterminate my Shadowed Star's human race?" Listening to her naive words, Yang Kai sneered, "Is that so? Since their combat strength is so high, why haven't they gone out to fight? Why are they hiding in my High Heaven sect instead?" Feng Yan was speechless for a moment and wanted to say something else, but old woman Feng suddenly glared at her. Feng Yan finally came back to her senses. Just now, she didn't know which nerve in her head had connected the wrong way to criticize Yang Kai's actions. Now that old woman Feng was glaring at her, her tender body couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching her clothes. "My patience is limited," Yang Kai reiterated again. Everyone's complexion changed as they all stared at Yang Kai in fear, but no one spoke. Just now, relying on their numbers, they didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, thinking that no matter how angry Yang Kai was, he wouldn't turn hostile on the spot and would at least sit down and have a good talk with them. However, after witnessing Yang Kai's ferocious means and terrifying combat power, they realized they were wrong. This young High Heaven sect master didn't need to talk to them at all, he could slaughter everyone present by himself. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and plans were useless. After a long silence, old woman Feng sighed heavily and said, "There will always be new talents in every generation, we admit defeat. Sect Master Yang, please tell us." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to know what's going on with my High Heaven sect." Old woman Feng turned her head and glanced around, but everyone who met her eyes quickly averted their eyes, obviously not daring to speak to Yang Kai. Old woman Feng's expression dimmed as she said miserably, "Sect Master Yang, it's a long story, but we were forced into a corner. It seems you still want to test my patience." Yang Kai smiled wickedly as he began to circulate his Saint Qi. Old woman Feng's face changed drastically as she hurriedly retreated and assumed a fighting stance. "I'll tell you what happened to High Heaven sect." At that moment, a voice full of vigor called out from not far away. Yang Kai found this voice familiar and turned his head to see an old man with a face as black as charcoal walking over. Beside the old man, there was a man in his 40s following behind him. When they arrived at the square, the man saw the corpses all over the ground and exclaimed in shock. "Treasure Trove Pavilion's Yen Pei and his disciple." Yang Kai had dealt with this auctioneer known as Old Black Face before and knew that he had a good relationship with Qian Tong, so although he was still annoyed, he suppressed his anger and nodded, "So it is Senior Yen. Sect Master Yang is too polite, this Yen will tell you what happened here." Old Black Yan Pei cupped his fists and quickly explained everything he knew to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully. 2 years ago, corpse spirit religion had appeared out of nowhere and its influence had snowballed like a rolling snowball. Many sects and clans had been exterminated and uprooted, and the reputable sects were the main targets of the corpse spirit religion. In front of such a powerful force and numbers, basically no great force on Shadowed Star could resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Floating Mist Hall, Colored Glass Sect, Clear Sky Sect, Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, all of them were destroyed one after another, resulting in countless casualties. Because of High Heaven Sect's special geographical location, corpse spirit religion could not do anything to it. When Yang Kai was away, Yi Shiyun took charge of High Heaven Sect and did not sit back and ignore the situation on Shadowed Star. Out of righteousness, she frequently sent masters from the sect to rescue these sects. Yi Shiyun herself personally took action. However, although High Heaven Sect was not weak, in the face of a behemoth like corpse spirit religion, this kind of support was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not only did it cause High Heaven Sect to lose a lot of strength, but it also failed to save the situation. In the end, High Heaven Sect was forced to open its gates and accept the fleeing cultivator. The thousands of people Yang Kai had sensed had come to High Heaven Sect for this reason. After entering High Heaven Sect, these people felt as if they had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, a stark contrast that made everyone ecstatic. Outside, they had to constantly worry about being hunted down by corpse spirit religion, unable to even heal their wounds in peace. But inside High Heaven Sect, with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, they no longer needed to worry about such things. They could live comfortably and safely here, and even if the outside world collapsed, it would not affect them in the slightest. What's more, the world energy inside High Heaven Sect was the richest on all of Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain could not compare to the weakest peak of High Heaven Sect. All of them deeply fell in love with this place. Before, no one knew the situation inside Lu Yen Desert, but after Yi Shiyun accepted them as refugees, they discovered that this place was simply a rich treasure trove. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure trove? The cultivator of every sect envied High Heaven Sect. If that was all, it would have been fine, as none of them were stupid enough to turn against High Heaven Sect as soon as they were accepted. But later, when Yi Shiyun wanted them to go with her to rescue other forces, the situation changed. They had come here with great difficulty and managed to save their lives, so how could they be willing to go out again and live in fear? As such, no sect cooperated. Instead, they were worried that their attitudes and practices would anger Yi Shiyun, lest they be driven out. As a result, after a series of conspiracies, they took the initiative and began causing havoc inside High Heaven Sect. Since High Heaven Sect accepted the masters from Star Emperor Mountain, its strength was definitely not weak, but in the past 2 years, many of its masters had died in battle outside, and almost all of those who returned alive were wounded, so how could it be a match for the joint forces of Shadowed Star's top sects? Yi Shiyun could only lead the people from High Heaven Sect to fight and retreat to the deepest part of Lu Yen Desert. This happened 2 months ago. With Yi Shiyun and the others retreating, these people naturally occupied High Heaven Sect's headquarters. Although they were also worried that Yi Shiyun would counterattack after her injuries healed, they were more afraid of corpse spirit religion, which had gathered outside Lu Yen Desert. If they stayed here, at least they could survive, but if they left High Heaven Sect, only death awaited them. So even though they felt uneasy, they each occupied a good location and stayed in High Heaven Sect's headquarters. That's what happened. After Old Black Face Yan Pei finished speaking, he fell silent. On the other hand, his disciple, Ren Tian Rui, who was known as Little Black Face, opened his mouth and argued, "My treasure trove pavilion did not participate in this matter, and there were also some other great forces that did not participate." Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered, "Even if you did not participate, you didn't stop it, did you?" Ren Tian Rui's face turned pale as he stammered, "We reported to Great Elder Yi. Then should this sect master thank you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1685. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this, Ren Tianrui opened his mouth to defend himself, but Yen Pei raised his hand to stop him. There's no need to say anything, this matter is our fault. Sect Master Yang may rest assured, this old master will take treasure trove pavilion's people away from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai gave him a deep look but did not say anything, simply turning his head to look at old woman Feng and the others and chuckling, good, 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 great elder Yi is benevolent and righteous, but in the end, he rescued a group of ungrateful wolves. Very good. The origin returning realm cultivator on the opposite side all wore guilty and embarrassed expressions. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. The people present were the upper echelons of the various major forces. Although most of them were as cunning as foxes and as ruthless as wolves, doing such a thing really made them feel ashamed. As such, in the face of Yang Kai's disdain, none of them could refute. They were even more afraid of provoking Yang Kai's anger and provoking him into a slaughter, so none of them dared to say anything. Old black face Yen Pei stood to the side, feeling Yang Kai's thick murderous intent, his expression becoming extremely dignified. He wanted to say something but hesitated several times before eventually letting out a deep sigh and remaining silent. Who is the leader? Yang Kai shouted, sweeping his eyes across the crowd like lightning. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone involuntarily took a few steps back, and in the next moment, most people's eyes gathered on Myriad Beast Mountain's old woman Feng. Old woman Feng's complexion changed drastically as she shot a glance towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai grinned. Old woman Feng no longer dared to remain in place, and with a loud roar, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her withered body as she transformed into a stream of light. She rushed out. Want to leave? Leave your life behind first. Yang Kai shouted coldly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards old woman Feng. Old woman Feng, who was 1,000 meters away, suddenly felt the space around her solidify as a visible void crack formed around her, wrapping her in the middle and cutting towards her like the sharpest of blades. Sect Master Yang, if you have something to say, this old woman admits defeat. This old woman is willing to compensate you. Old woman Feng cried out loudly, but she did not have the courage to resist this strange method and could only circulate her Saint Qi to resist the suction force of these void cracks. Too late. Yang Kai remained motionless, his space force erupting once again. In the void, the spatial rifts buzzed in unison. It was as if they had really turned into swords, cutting through old woman Feng's body. In the next moment, the aura of this third-order origin returning realm master from Myriad Beast Mountain disappeared and his body became tattered. Most of the corpses had been banished into the endless void. He fell from the sky. He was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Yang Kai looked at the other people from 10,000 Beast Mountain. The faces of the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain who had followed old woman Feng here suddenly paled. Some people knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Some people begged for mercy while others, like old woman Feng, made a prompt decision and tried to escape, while others knew they couldn't escape and just stood there with ashen faces, circulating their Saint Qi, ready to fight back at any time. Feng Yan was even more dumbfounded, her beautiful face filled with shock, as if she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Yang Xiaozhu and the others rushed out again, but this time, without Yang Kai's order, they knew what to do. 10 breaths later, all the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain were wiped out, leaving only Feng Yan standing in place in a daze. The blood around her and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles finally sobered Feng Yan up. Her tender body trembled as her thoughts became chaotic and she made an unexpected move, rushing straight towards Yang Kai and shouting, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai just stared at her blankly, not showing any intention to stop her. Lin Yu Rao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand gently, sending out a stream of light from her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she reached within 5 meters of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing from her slender white neck. At this point, all of Myriad Beast Mountain's members were dead, and this sect was completely erased from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me." From the crowd, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "This old master is the top alchemist on Shadowed Star and has made great contributions to the human race. You can't kill me." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that the speaker was actually Great Elder Li Jianming of Medicine Pill Sect. His face was pale, and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods, he couldn't help collapsing. "It looks like your Medicine Pill Sect is also involved in this?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering slightly as he arrived directly in front of Li Jianming and stretched out his hand towards him. Although Li Jianming was Medicine Pill Sect's Great Elder, in the end, he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Years of alchemy left him with no spare energy to devote to the martial Dao, so his cultivation wasn't high and he didn't have much combat experience. When Yang Kai sent out his palm, Li Jianming didn't show any intention of dodging and instead just yelled, "You can't kill me." Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply smashed his head to pieces. "Stop!" A belated shout rang out, and it wasn't until Li Jianming's head exploded that this voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the other elders of Medicine Pill Sect glaring at him. As soon as they met these cold eyes, the elders of Medicine Pill Sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help shivering. The one leading them was another elder of Medicine Pill Sect. He was the one who had shouted just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, this elder clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to submit to High Heaven Sect, please spare our lives." As soon as this statement came out, everyone couldn't help feeling moved. Although Medicine Pill Sect didn't have many people, it had always been a proud and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill Sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them, but Medicine Pill Sect refused to compromise, so even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year, they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill Sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today, the elders of Medicine Pill Sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven Sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill Sect still had 4 origin-grade low-rank alchemists. There were also more than a dozen Saint King-grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Yang Kai's previous methods were chilling, when this elder from Medicine Pill Sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit, please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another, they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Yang Xiaozhu and the others raised their brow as they stared at Yang Kai with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill Sect's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully though, "I killed Li Jianming, don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill Sect changed slightly, the elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, we just made the best choice possible." "Ha!" Yang Kai chuckled lightly before his face sank and he waved his hand, "Kill them." Everyone from Medicine Pill Sect was startled, even Yang Xiaozhu and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill Sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and the others are all origin-grade alchemists, Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Chu Hanyi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill Sect didn't have much combat power, so Yang Xiaozhu and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above Saint King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now, they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't care. If it had been anyone else, they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was extremely precious. However, Yang Kai himself was an Origin King grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own, so how could he care about a few trivial Origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Yang Kai was still a little uneasy, so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the two culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Yang Kai exhaled and declared, "You now have two choices, submit or die." All the people here were Origin returning realm masters, so they weren't weak. Yang Kai indeed had the ability to kill them all, but relatively speaking, Yang Kai was more willing to subdue them. Corpse Spirit religion was currently wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, and High Heaven sect had suffered heavy casualties, so it was now lacking powerful thugs. The people in front of him were the best choice. Little Black Face, Ren Tian Rui, had also said that many great forces had not participated in forcing Yi Shiyun and the others to submit, while others had simply gone with the flow. As such, after killing the main culprits, Yang Kai wasn't going to investigate any further. Presumably, the blood of Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect would be enough to wake these people up. As soon as these words came out, the square fell silent. Everyone glanced around at each other, but compared to the panic they had felt just now, their expressions had finally eased a lot. They were really afraid that Yang Kai's murderous intent would soar and he would wipe them all out. With the means he had just shown and the strength of Yang Xiaozhu and the others, no one could resist. No one was stupid enough to question Kai Yang's tyrannical decision. Compared to his previous thunderous methods, the fact that he was willing to make such a choice was already a show of benevolence. Many people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Chapter 1686. So after a moment of silence, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, and after walking over, he cupped his fists with a dignified expression. "This one is Extreme Path sect master, Wang Taizhen. I am willing to submit to High Heaven sect and will obey sect master Yang's orders in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to follow sect master Yang's lead, even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not refuse." Boundless Pavilion is willing. Immediately, more than a dozen large and small sects expressed their intentions and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply stood in place, his attitude neither cold nor warm, appearing somewhat unfathomable. With the passage of time, more and more forces submitted to him. In the face of absolute strength, if they still did not recognize reality, it would be tantamount to courting death. These people had fled to High Heaven sect to seek refuge, so how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a bit overbearing and his attitude was somewhat uncomfortable, at least they were able to survive. Colored Glass sect is willing to join High Heaven sect. From now on, Colored Glass sect will no longer exist on Shadowed Star. I hope sect master Yang can be benevolent and accept us. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai and said sincerely. As soon as this statement came out, the masters who had previously expressed their willingness to pledge their allegiance all stared at the speaker in disbelief. Yang Kai also glanced over with interest and found that he actually knew this woman. The current sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons, Dai Yuan was not valued by Gong Ao Fu. On the other hand, Yin Su Dai was quite favored by Gong Ao Fu and was always with her, vigorously cultivating her. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed Yin Su Dai was standing beside Gong Ao Fu and even boldly throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at Gong Ao Fu meaningfully and slowly said, "Sect Master Gong, do you know what you are saying?" Gong Ao Fu smiled, reached out, and brushed her long black hair behind her ear, saying lightly, "This mistress is not a child, naturally she knows. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress will take responsibility for her words." Submission and joining were completely different meanings. Before, the sects submitting to Yang Kai meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of High Heaven sect. They would retain their sect's name and status in their own sections. They would leave High Heaven sect one day. He returned to his sect's headquarters. But if Gong Ao Fu wanted to join, things would be different. If she wanted to join High Heaven sect, she would have to disband Colored Glass sect. In other words, Colored Glass sect was finished in her generation, but if Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven sect in the future. Sects without permission, sects. Sect to sect. This was definitely a very bold decision. After recovering from their shock, the expressions of all the origin returning realm masters on the square changed, and soon, most of them showed looks of admiration. Naturally, they knew what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai had made a strong return and displayed astonishing combat power, only High Heaven sect was an absolutely safe place on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice as it would provide Yang Kai with much better care. But understanding was one thing, if they were asked to give up their sects and join High Heaven sect, not many of them would be willing. Cultivators had always attached great importance to their own inheritances. They were branded with the brand of their respective sect, which represented a kind of honor that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, an existence they were proud of and recognized. Even Yang Kai was no exception. That was why the force he founded on Shadowed Star was called High Heaven sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven sect. Although the latter two sects had a close relationship with him, and he was even the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. But no matter what, High Heaven Pavilion was his sect and he had a special feeling towards it, one that Nine Heavens Holy Land and Soaring Heaven sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu actually wanted to disband Colored Glass sect and join High Heaven sect, which showed that this beautiful woman had a much deeper vision than most of the people present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make such a decision that would bring shame to the name of her ancestor. Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes deep, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not show any intention of evading, nor did she feel guilty, simply staring straight at Yang Kai with clear eyes. "Does Sect Master Yang despise my Colored Glass sect for being too weak?" Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little nervous. Colored Glass sect has suffered such a disaster, so there really aren't many disciples left. Only 50 people followed this mistress to High Heaven sect, but of these 50, 10 are origin returning realm masters while the rest are saint kings. Being able to have 50 people escape is not bad, Yang Kai praised casually, still not expressing any intention to take a stand. Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little embarrassed. This mistress knows that there may have been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass sect and Sect Master Yang before, but if Sect Master Yang can accept this mistress, in the future, this mistress will be willing to sacrifice her life for him. For a woman to be able to say such words, she must have made a great deal of determination. Even an average man would not be able to utter such bold words. As soon as these words fell, Gong Ao Fu shouted again, "Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know you've done something to make Sect Master Yang angry before." Hearing this, Su Dai's tender body trembled as she shot a pitiful look towards Yang Kai, but she did not show any intention of disobeying Gong Ao Fu and really knelt down in front of everyone, pleading softly. Su Dai was not sensible before and offended Sect Master Yang. I ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and not bother with me. She was now a master of the First Order origin returning realm, so if not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been impossible for her to do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, she would never be able to see anyone again. Sect Master Yang, you. Gong Ao Fu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning to Gong Ao Fu. I want to know where Dai Yuan went. Does Sect Master Gong know her whereabouts? Dai Yuan was definitely one of Yang Kai's few friends on Shadowed Star. Although their friendship was not too deep, it was definitely not shallow. However, since Yang Kai had appeared until now, he had not been able to find any trace of Dai Yuan. It stood to reason that if Dai Yuan had really fled to High Heaven Sect, she would have definitely appeared. However, Yang Kai's failure to find her made him a little annoyed, wondering if Dai Yuan had met with some kind of accident. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Ao Fu actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled tenderly. If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress-disciple, this mistress can assure you that there is no need for such concern. What do you mean? Dai Yuan retreated to the deepest part of Lu Yen sand field with Great Elder Yi that day, so she is now very safe. Yang Kai's expression changed as he could not help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan retreating to the deepest part of Lu Yen sand field with Yi Shiyun was something Yang Kai could more or less guess. Presumably, Dai Yuan did not want to associate herself with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Shiyun's side. There was definitely a reason for this. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would not have committed such a betrayal of her sect. Yang Kai felt a little moved in his heart. He did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, but each one of them was worthy of deep friendship. There was no need to mention Wei Guchang and Dong Xiener. In order to rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, disregarding their own lives. Dai Yuan's actions were tantamount to betraying her sect. This mistress wonders if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this answer. Although Gong Ao Fu asked this question, her face was full of smiles. She had already guessed what Yang Kai was thinking, so there was no longer any uneasiness on her face. Yang Kai laughed, stretched out his hand, and pulled Yin Su Dai up, nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, Sect Master would appear too unreasonable if he refused. From now on, Colored Glass Sect's disciples will be my High Heaven Sect's disciples. I hope we can share trials and tribulations together. Gong Ao Fu got the answer she wanted and was overjoyed. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. This mistress greets Sect Master. She immediately changed the way she addressed Yang Kai, drawing closer the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. Disciple greets Sect Master. Yin Su Dai also bowed gracefully, her pretty face blushing slightly, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, Yang Kai, who knew her temperament well, naturally would not be deceived by her pretentious appearance. This little girl cultivated charm techniques, so it was easy for her to change her temperament to attract a man's attention. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand and simply held it tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he glanced at her meaningfully, pulling back his hand without a trace before saying, Sect Master Gong's strength is extraordinary. Since you have entered High Heaven Sect, you will serve as an elder. The original disciples of Colored Glass Sect will all be under your command. Gong Ao Fu's mouth opened slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Although she would not be ostracized or oppressed after entering High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai did not disperse the original disciples of Colored Glass Sect and instead allowed Gong Ao Fu to lead them. Even granting her the position of elder, naturally moved this beautiful woman greatly. If there is an opportunity in the future, Elder Gong can also restore the glory of Colored Glass Sect. Sect Master will not restrict you. Yang Kai thought for a moment before throwing out another bombshell. This time, Gong Ao Fu immediately showed a look of loyalty, her eyes slightly red as she bowed deeply. This mistress thanks Sect Master for his kindness. This mistress will do her best to contribute to High Heaven Sect and will not fail to live up to Sect Master's high expectations. This time, she was truly dead set on following Kai Yang. Joining High Heaven sect was just a stopgap measure to protect the last of Colored Glass sect's bloodline, but she had never expected to receive such a great reward in return. How could Gong Ao Fu not be moved? For a time, the people from the other sects showed looks of regret. Chapter 1687. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would be so kind as to allow Colored Glass sect to be rebuilt in the future. If they had known this would happen, they would have joined him long ago instead of scheming against him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Although Yang Kai was easy to talk to, he was not a fool. After seeing the treatment Colored Glass sect received, how could he accept it? Many people wore bitter looks on their faces, but they forced themselves to come forward and congratulate Gong Ao Fu. Gong Ao Fu was now an elder-level character in High Heaven sect, so they naturally had to curry favor with her. Gong Ao Fu also seemed to shine brightly because of Yang Kai's words and responded to everyone with a smile, appearing quite generous and decent. After all, she was already a sect master, so it was a piece of cake for her to deal with this kind of situation. Yang Kai looked around before finally fixing his eyes on Yen Pei. Yen Pei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and no one could guess what he was thinking from the changes in his expression. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he opened his mouth but eventually sighed and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yang, take care, this old master will take his leave. Yang Kai chuckled, where does Senior Yen want to go? Yen Pei frowned, I don't know, I'll just take one step at a time. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was rampaging outside, and although Treasure Trove Pavilion's strength was not bad, it could not compete with Corpse Spirit Religion. Otherwise, Yen Pei would not have brought his people to hide in High Heaven sect to seek shelter. Now that he was about to leave, his future was bleak, so he felt somewhat uneasy. If Senior Yen does not disdain it, you may as well stay. Although my High Heaven sect is not a great place to be, it is not a place to be. Although High Heaven sect is not extraordinary, it is large enough to accommodate your Treasure Trove Pavilion's people. Yen Pei's body shook as his black face glowed with excitement. Looking at Yang Kai gratefully, he hesitated a few times before lowering his head and saying, this old master is ashamed. When the masters from the other sects made trouble in High Heaven sect last time, although the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion did not participate, they also did not stand up to stop them, only informing Yi Shiyun. For a benefactor who had accepted him and sheltered him, doing so would undoubtedly be unethical. But now, Yang Kai didn't care about their former enmity and took the initiative to ask them to stay, repaying evil with kindness. This made Yen Pei feel a little ashamed. That was why he felt so ashamed. He knew that too. Yang Kai didn't have much of a relationship with Treasure Trove Pavilion. The few times they had interacted with each other, it was all about benefits. The reason why Yang Kai took the initiative to ask him to stay was because of Qian Tong. Yen Pei and Qian Tong had a good relationship. Old Mr. Yen, you are too serious. After we survive this disaster, my High Heaven sect may still need Treasure Trove Pavilion's help. I hope Senior Yen will not refuse when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sect Master Yang is too polite. In the future, if High Heaven sect has any use for my Treasure Trove Pavilion, just let us know, Yen Pei said solemnly. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction, secretly thinking that old black face Yen Pei was quite tactful. Yang Kai opening his mouth to ask Yen Pei to stay was indeed because of Qian Tong, but the main reason was that Treasure Trove Pavilion could not be underestimated. Perhaps their combat power was nothing in front of Yang Kai, but Treasure Trove Pavilion had many businesses all over Shadowed Star and had many channels that High Heaven sect did not. If High Heaven sect wanted to develop and grow, having such an ally was naturally not a bad thing. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyun to withdraw from High Heaven sect had all been killed, so Yang Kai's resentment had been vented, so he didn't intend to pursue this matter any further. If he had really killed all of these people here, it would have been a huge loss to Shadowed Star. Rather than dying at his hands, it would be better to let them fight against the corpse spirit religion and use their remaining strength. For a time, the square was filled with joy and harmony, but 90% of the masters present acted cautiously when facing Yang Kai, lest they upset Yang Kai. Only Gong Ao Fu and the others, who had already joined High Heaven sect, acted more naturally. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven sect for a long time, so he was very concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also quite concerned about the injuries of Yi Shiyun and the others, so naturally, he had no intention of continuing to chat with them. After waving his hand and telling them to return to their residences, he summoned the people aboard the starship and had them come down together. Yang Kai did not need to greet these people as Yang Xiuzhu and the others had arranged for them. Yang Kai hurried to Lu Yan's 6th layer of the sand field. What surprised him though was that before he even flew out of High Heaven sect, he saw a large mass of light approaching him from the distance. The aura at the head of this group was very familiar. Who else could it be but Yi Shiyun? Yang Kai was stunned, but soon understood. Although he had only fought in the square for a short time, he had still caused some disturbances. Yi Shiyun had probably noticed this and had brought the original High Heaven sect disciples out from the depths of the 6th layer. Since they had returned, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyun, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Shiyun's situation, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Have you dealt with them all?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling. "Does Great Elder trust me so much?" Yi Shiyun said lightly, "You are the sect master, who else can I trust but you?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded, "It's been dealt with." Yi Shiyun looked towards the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong, many people must have died, right?" Yang Kai sneered, "Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace, all 3 forces were annihilated." Yi Shiyun didn't have much of a reaction, but the people behind her all showed a look of excitement, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. It was these 3 sects who had misled the other masters into opposing High Heaven sect, and in the end, Yi Shiyun had no choice but to retreat. Sect Master Chang Chi suddenly walked out from the rear and bowed to Yang Kai. "Sect Master should know that the reason Great Elder led us to withdraw from headquarters was not because we were no match for those bastards, but because Great Elder was afraid the fighting would affect the sect's disciples. My High Heaven sect's bloodline is still thin and cannot afford to suffer any losses." "I know," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chang Chi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and without saying anything, he respectfully retreated behind Yi Shiyun. Yang Kai had thought that the reason why Yi Shiyun had retreated to the depths of the Lu Yen desert was indeed because she was outnumbered. After all, there were simply too many enemies, but after seeing the situation of these people, he immediately speculated the real reason. Although the number of people in front of him was much smaller than when he left High Heaven sect, and almost all of them were injured, Yi Shiyun seemed to be fine. If she had really displayed her strength, how could Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect, and Floating Mist Palace have been able to drive her away? The reason she had bravely retreated was entirely to take care of the others in the sect. She might be able to fight 10 enemies alone, but the others were not, especially the disciples of the Hai Ku family who had followed Yang Kai from the beginning. These people's cultivations were only around the Saint King realm. If Yi Shiyun had not retreated, they would have died without an intact corpse. In other words, if Yi Shiyun had chosen to fight to the death in that battle, High Heaven sect would not have had a good end, and at least half of the people in the square would have died. Since Sect Master understands, this palace has nothing to say, Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, her expression as cold as ever. "How are Great Elder's injuries?" "On the way back, I heard that you fought with 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion and were seriously injured. And they were indeed strong. I was not their opponent when fighting 2 of them alone, but there are no problems now. I should be able to fully recover after a month or so of rest." "That's good. There will be many people moving into the sect soon, so Great Elder will be needed to make arrangements. Yi Shiyun glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted, "You seem to be quite happy." Yang Kai laughed, "That's not my strong suit. Moreover, I've been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years now, so I really don't know much about it." "Forget it, I'll make the arrangements when the time comes," Yi Shiyun took over. The group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the headquarters. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the sealed world bead, even the calm Yi Shiyun could not help feeling a little moved. Although she had been warned by Yang Kai that a large number of people would be moving into High Heaven sect, she had not expected it to be such a huge number. What's more, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from their homeland, so there was no need to consider their loyalty. In other words, in terms of numbers alone, the current High Heaven sect had completely surpassed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, it still could not be compared to Corpse Spirit religion. Now, more and more people were joining Corpse Spirit religion, and almost half of all Shadowed Star had fallen into the clutches of its army. With nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans, how to deal with them was definitely a problem. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about this at all. After Yi Shiyun gathered the top masters of the human, monster, and demon races, she asked them about their respective requirements and quickly arranged for them to settle down in different mountain peaks. These mountain peaks all had ready-made secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yi Shiyun had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future, it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven sect before, so although Yang Kai was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Yang Kai somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Yang Kai patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of the human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the 3 clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Tongxian realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise, not to mention that High Heaven sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1688. After the situation in the sect stabilized, Yang Kai began to deal with other matters. The first thing he needed to do was naturally heal Yi Shiyun and the others. Of the original High Heaven sect disciples, Yi Shiyun was not the only one who was injured, 90% of the other origin returning realm masters were also injured. These injuries were all left behind during the battle with Corpse Spirit religion's masters. Injuries caused by corpse chi were very difficult to heal as the insidious corpse chi had a corrosive effect that hindered the circulation of High Heaven sect Saint Chi. Only by using a special detoxification spirit pill could they be healed. Previously, they had not been able to recover from their injuries and had been forced to use their powerful cultivations to suppress them before using their Saint Chi to slowly dissolve them. This process was very long. However, after Yang Kai returned, everything changed. He teamed up with little senior sister Xia Ning Chang to refine a special kind of spirit pill that could detoxify corpse chi. After giving one to each of the injured people, the corpse chi disaster was instantly resolved. Without the corpse chi, with their cultivations, it was naturally not difficult for them to recover, not to mention that Yang Kai had also refined a large number of pills for them to take. As such, in just 10 days, the problem that had plagued the masters of High Heaven sect for countless days was resolved, and the high-end combat power of High Heaven sect was completely renewed. In this incident, because of Yi Shiyun's wise decision, High Heaven sect did not suffer any losses. On top of that, before she left, she took away some of High Heaven Sect's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree. On the whole, High Heaven Sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses other than being occupied by someone else. After Yi Shiyun returned, the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were placed in specific places again. The former was the key to refining the Origin King pill, while the latter two were great aids to a cultivator's breakthrough. Both had unimaginable significance and role for the entire sect. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect was completely settled. In the main hall, Yang Kai summoned all the high-level members of High Heaven Sect. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all gathered together on time to listen to his speech. Yang Kai didn't have much to say, first expressing his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, then looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven Sect. They were all topics that were neither painful nor itchy. In the end, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously and turned to the crowd. On this trip, I brought some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play the greatest role on Shadowed Star, they can be used to their full potential. However, it will definitely allow you to glimpse the barrier to the Origin King realm. He believed that as long as he accumulated enough. In the future, as long as I can get rid of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, I can smoothly break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, as if they were unable to digest the news he brought. Even Yi Shiyun was taken aback, staring at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been a legend on Shadowed Star, a barrier that even Yi Shiyun could not break through. Although she did not choose to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and instead chose to stay behind, that did not mean she had no desire to break through to this realm. On the contrary, her desire to break through to the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's because she already had the qualifications to break through to the grand accomplishment stage. It was only because she had to protect Yang Yen that she chose to stay behind, lest there be no one to oversee the sect and an accident occur. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's words, she was naturally very concerned. "Sect Master, what is this mysterious thing?" Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had just joined High Heaven Sect as an elder, she had quickly integrated into the sect and was not a bad person. In less than half a month, she had already gained the recognition of her existence by the original High Heaven Sect Elder Committee. As such, she still had some say in this meeting. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looking forward to his answer. "It's this." Yang Kai did not keep them in suspense and instead stretched out his hand, grasped at the void, and took out a crystal-like object. As soon as this crystal appeared, a soft and mysterious power filled the hall, causing all the Origin returning realm masters present to show looks of shock and confusion. Although they could not see through the true essence of this power, they felt that it was more profound and mysterious than Shi, as if it was an upgraded version of Shi. Territory Stone. Yang Xiaozhu's eyes were sharp and he immediately recognized the origin of this crystal. Chu Han Yi and Lin Yu Rao also recognized it and exclaimed, their eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. "What is a territory stone?" Yi Shiyun's brow furrowed slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the highest, so she was naturally aware of the indescribable mysteries contained in this crystal. She had only probed it slightly, but she felt as if her soul was being cleansed. It was easy to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for a long time. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Xiaozhu with a smile and motioned for him to explain. Yang Xiaozhu did not refuse and immediately explained the origin and function of this territory stone. When they heard that this thing was actually a treasure condensed from the territory of an Origin King realm master, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. After hearing that by sensing the mysteries of this territory stone, one could see through the power of a territory, all the elders in the hall breathed heavily as they stared unblinkingly at the territory stone in Yang Kai's hand, like a group of perverts who had just seen a naked beauty. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked lust. Territory stones are very precious treasures in the Blood Prison and can only be produced in Green Mountain Star's Blood Prison. Each piece is priceless. Although this Yang entered the Blood Prison once, he had no chance to obtain such a treasure, but Elder Lin's luck was quite good and she managed to obtain one. Yang Xiaozhu looked at Lin Yurao with envious eyes. Lin Yurao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hani watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the Blood Prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Qian Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the Blood Prison and broke through to the Origin King realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory unscrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any Origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Changqi sighed to the side. However, Changqi, Haoan, Ning Xiangchen, Huan Wan, and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the First Order Origin returning realm, so even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Shi. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Shi, so comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Shi. That being said, the importance of territory stones to Origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyun was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, "Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones." A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiaozhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyun with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiaozhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the Blood Prison, and only Lin Yurao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone, but Yi Shiyun actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder's style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiaozhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Shiyun snorted softly, "Do you think Sect Master only has this one?" With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiaozhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. "Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds, I can't hide anything from you." Sect Master. Yang Xiaozhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. During my trip to the Blood Prison, I did obtain a lot of territory stones. A lot. Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. "A lot, how much is that?" Chu Han-yi asked in a trembling voice. "Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces." Yang Kai smiled lightly. *C*, Yang Xiaozhu and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15, including Gong Ao Fu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined High Heaven Sect. Gong Ao Fu knew that Yang Kai did not like Yin Su Dai very much and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan, so she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for Yin Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor and was not qualified to appear here. It seems that Gong underestimated Sect Master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai laughed heartily, "If Great Elder wants more, I will naturally satisfy you, but with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of Shi, I think 2 or 3 pieces are already too much for you. Any more than that would be useless to you. If Gong has no use for them, she can give them to others, Yi Shiyun said lightly, but forget it, 10 is 10. Yang Kai did not say anything more and simply waved his hand, sending 10 territory stones to Yi Shiyun. Without seeing her do anything, the space ring on her hand flashed and the territory stones were stored away. Displaying the demeanor of a master. Sect master. Yang Xiaozhu blushed as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Xiaozhu was not the kind of person who would flatter others. When he was on Star Emperor Mountain, his attitude was upright and unyielding. After joining High Heaven sect, he was still like this, but this time, he had no choice but to put aside his old face. A third-order origin returning realm master valued territory stones more than others. Although he failed to break through to the origin king realm this time, as long as he had a territory stone in hand and comprehended its power, the next time he left Shadowed Star, he had full confidence he would be able to break through. High Heaven sect now had the ability to travel far, so Yang Xiaozhu believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again. Chapter 1689. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao each received 10 territory stones. Yang Xiaozhu believed that with so many territory stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory's power. Coupled with their experience in the Blood Prison, the next time they left Shadowed Star, they would have a great chance of breaking through the shackles of the Origin King realm and reaching the peak. Everyone else was also given a different number of territory stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai, who was at the second-order origin returning realm, was given 5 while Yang Kai, who was at the first-order origin returning realm, was given 3. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy contained in these territory stones, it would not be a problem for them to condense their sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It wasn't that Yang Kai was stingy and unwilling to give them more, it was just that it was useless to give them more. Although territory stones were consumables, they were different from saint crystals. Each territory stone could be used for a long time. The territory stones given out by Yang Kai were definitely enough for them to use. After giving out the domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts from his space ring, each of which had different appearances but weren't of low grade. These artifacts were all spoils of war from Yang Kai's recent killing spree. Most of them had come from the monster race masters on Monster Star and were all origin grade or above, many of which were high rank. With these artifacts, Yang Kai believed that the strength of everyone present would rise greatly, greatly increasing their chances of survival in the future battle with corpse spirit religion. As for how these artifacts would be distributed, that was not something Yang Kai needed to consider as Yi Shiyun would handle it. There were also a variety of cultivation pills. Yang Kai's space ring was like a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out was astonishing. After dealing with these things, Yang Kai took Xia Ning Chang and Su Yen back to First Heavenly Palace. Since entering this forbidden zone, Yang Kai had been living in First Heavenly Palace. Although the area of this palace was not too large, it was definitely not small either. There were countless rooms inside. Previously, only Yang Kai lived here, but now, Su Yen and Xia Ning Chang naturally lived here as well, accompanying him. Although High Heaven sect was safe and there was no need to worry about encountering any danger, Yang Kai still hoped to increase the strength of his closest friends. There was no need to worry about Su Yen. Now, she already possessed the Ice Phoenix origin power. With Profound Frost in hand and a third-order origin returning realm cultivation, on Shadowed Star, only Qian Tong would be able to do anything. The others were no match for her. How could Qian Tong attack Su Yen? Xia Ning Chang was about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Ever since he became the Star Master of Tong Xian realm, her cultivation speed had become much faster than before, and she had been engrossed in alchemy over the years, which was coupled with her special constitution. Even if she did not deliberately cultivate, her strength was rising steadily, and she believed that it would not be long before she broke through. However, the First Order origin returning realm was still too weak. Yang Kai took out a turquoise artifact armor and a wheel-like artifact and handed them to Xia Ningchang, little senior sister. Take some time to refine these two things, I believe they will be of great help to you. This artifact armor is so beautiful. Xia Ningchang glanced at it but did not pay much attention to the wheel-like artifact. Instead, she was very interested in the turquoise artifact armor. Yang Kai chuckled, although I don't know what grade this artifact armor is, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defenses. Xia Ningchang was not very proficient in combat, so as a defensive artifact, this artifact armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. Junior brother, where did you get this? This thing must be very valuable, right? Xia Ningchang looked left and right, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not, what matters is whether it can protect you for me. Xia Ningchang raised her head and glanced at Kai Yang. Pursing her lips, she smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Yang Kai obtained the Monster King's origin essence crystal, he also brought out the corpse of Mad Crocodile Monster King, so there was no reason for him to let go of his space ring. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a top master in the Third Order Origin King realm when he was alive, so how could there be anything poor in his space ring? It could even be said that most of the artifacts and pills that Yang Kai distributed in the discussion hall before came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King grade artifact armor, the rest of the wealth in this space ring was not worth much, but it still could not be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in this space ring was enough to support the current High Heaven sect for some time. Take this too. Yang Kai then handed over the wheel-like artifact to her. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King grade artifact, the sect-hallowed artifact of Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought with Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng, and killed him, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was one of his spoils of war and had been hidden away ever since. With two Origin King grade artifacts in hand, as long as she refined them properly, little senior sister would not need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xia Ningchang did not say much and obediently put away the green artifact armor and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel according to Yang Kai's request. Glancing over at Su Yan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, she quickly kissed Yang Kai on the cheek before running out like a frightened rabbit. Her steps were hurried, as if she had done something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, Ning Chang's courage has grown after being taught by you. Yang Kai chuckled wryly. He had nothing to give Su Yan. When he was in Iceheart Valley, the most important Ice Phoenix inheritance had been handed over to Su Yan, and Yang Kai had even given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with Profound Frost in hand, Yang Kai believed she would no longer need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the blood prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King grade Thunder Fire 7 Birds Whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. Senior sister, you cultivate first, I'm going out. Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and went straight to the center of Lu Yen Sand Field. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up, so Yang Kai was naturally worried. The sixth layer of Lu Yen sand field didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's fifth layer and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The sixth layer of Lu Yen sand field had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here, no one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyun had to retreat to the sixth layer with her people, that High Heaven sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense, and went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor, the decoration was simple, with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yun, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yun from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yun. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yun's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure, it's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yun was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yun. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yun who had always helped him. Without Yang Yun, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven sect today. Yang Kai was very grateful to her. Perceiving that there was no problem with Yang Yun and that she was still asleep, Yang Kai nodded secretly and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed Yang Yun's finger move slightly. This discovery caused Yang Kai's body to shake and he quickly came to a stop, holding his breath as he stared towards the wooden bed. An invisible force spread out from Yang Yun's body and wrapped around Yang Kai like the maw of a beast, not giving him any time to react or even resist. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a somewhat familiar place. Below him was a roiling sea of flames that contained a terrifying energy aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Floating high up in the sky were a variety of different colored balls of light, and inside these balls of light, different scenes were constantly flashing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai was unable to see what these scenes were. This is... Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, looking around, he quickly understood where he was. Knowledge Sea? Yang Kai exclaimed. Chapter 1690. Yes, this is my knowledge sea, a voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in the void, forming a strange seal. Her expression was solemn as various halos of light constantly appeared around her, giving her an extremely sacred appearance. She looked at him with a smile, no different from the Yang Inflammation in his memory. Is it you, or her? Yang Kai frowned, not daring to be sure. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and asked, is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It may be no difference to you, but it is to me. I don't want to be killed here by her in a fit of anger. Those are the great emperors of Star Field. I am one of the great emperors of Star Field. Yang Inflammation snorted. Forget it, it looks like it's you. Yang Kai relaxed. As long as it wasn't the legendary great emperors who were talking to him, there was no problem. Turning his head and looking around, he asked, "Why are you looking for me?" "Nothing," Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head, "I just felt your aura and brought you here." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was no longer the ignorant boy he was in the past. His strength had also undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now invincible under the Origin King realm, and even dared to fight an ordinary Origin King. But in front of Yang Yen, he had become a small fish that could be pinched and squashed at will. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Yang Inflammation giggled, "You don't need to undervalue yourself. To be honest, I have never seen anyone with a cultivation speed as fast as yours. Even in that place, you are considered a top genius. All you lack is the tempering of time. As long as you are given enough time, you will be able to stand at my height one day. Are you trying to comfort me?" Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. "What is this place you speak of?" Yang Inflammation smiled but did not answer, appearing very mysterious. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Kai waved his hand, "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask." Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Suddenly, her expression became serious. "Although I have been in a deep sleep, merging my embodiment and soul, I am not completely ignorant of the outside world. I feel like something big has happened on Shadowed Star in recent years. 2 months ago, Yi Shiyun even brought some people here. What exactly happened? Is High Heaven Sect? High Heaven Sect is fine, but Shadowed Star is Star. Shadowed Star is Star." Yang Kai sighed, flew over to Yang Inflammation, sat down cross-legged, and told her about the situation with Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Yang Inflammation listened attentively before finally nodding. It turns out that below Grand Burial Valley, there was an underworld spring well. This is our fault. If we had not taken away the sun's true essence, that underworld spring well would not have reappeared. That's why I feel troubled. If it were any other matter, my High Heaven Sect could simply ignore it and just stay in the headquarters. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it would have nothing to do with me, but in the end, this matter is partly my fault, so I can't just ignore it," Yang Kai sighed. Yang Inflammation obviously agreed with Yang Kai's point of view and thought for a while before asking, "Can you go and meet the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion? Are you interested in him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "It's not that I'm interested in him, I just feel that his method of transforming corpse spirits and controlling Corpse Spirit Religion is very similar to someone I once knew." "Who?" Yang Kai was surprised. "That person called himself the Corpse Emperor, and in the past, he also controlled a race that called itself the Corpse Spirit Race, which is why I was interested." Corpse Emperor. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing a few times. "Is he on the same level as you?" Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors of Star Field, and since this guy who called himself the Corpse Emperor dared to use the word emperor, he was obviously in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation nodded lightly. Yang Kai's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. "You don't need to be so nervous, it's impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here, so that person can't be the Corpse Emperor. I'm just guessing that he has some kind of relationship with the Corpse Emperor, perhaps an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it's not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits." Yang Kai grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Inflammation. "Even if that person isn't the Corpse Emperor, since he's your old acquaintance, he's definitely not someone I can resist. If I rushed to meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Of course I won't send you to your death." Yang Inflammation glared at Yang Kai. If that person is really as I guess, his strength will definitely not exceed the Origin King realm, at most a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he remains on Shadowed Star, he won't be able to break through. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. If this mysterious religion master was really just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what is the origin of that old acquaintance of yours that you care so much about? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before explaining, you should know that the reason my body fell into a deep slumber was because I was seriously injured in a great battle, so I had no choice but to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recuperate. The old acquaintance I'm talking about, is the one who injured me. Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the clarity of his mind and calmness of his soul as he asked bitterly, didn't you say that person died in that battle? Yang Kai also knew some of the secrets of the past. The reason why the great emperors of Star Field fell into a deep slumber was because they had suffered heavy injuries in a great battle, and her enemy had been killed on the spot. But now, Yang Inflammation actually said that person might still be alive. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone who could injure Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt that this person was on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Corpse Emperor. I smashed his body to pieces, but that guy's means of escaping are top-notch. Perhaps his soul managed to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is different from mine. I was injured, but as long as I had enough time to recuperate, I would be able to recover, but his body was destroyed, so even if he wanted to recover, it would not be so simple. Especially on Shadowed Star. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Nodding, he said, if that's the case, I can go and meet him, but even if what you said is true and the religion master of Corpse Spirit religion is that person, what do you plan to do? Yang Inflammation shook his head. It's not what I plan to do. It's you. If that religion master of Corpse Spirit religion is really him, you must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise, when he recovers his Yuan Qi, the entire Star territory will suffer. You're one of the great emperors of Star Field. Can't you just slap him to death? Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation resentfully. Yang Inflammation shook his head, I can't act for the time being. Yang Kai suddenly felt like cursing, but after a long silence, he nodded fiercely, good, I'll go and meet him. You have to be careful, he has always been sinister and knows how to manipulate others to work for him. He rarely shows himself, so if you find an opportunity, you must kill him. I know. Yang Kai responded casually. Then go. Yang Yen waved her hand, and in the next moment, Yang Kai felt an invisible force pushing against him from his knowledge sea, trying to expel him from it. When he recovered, Yang Kai found that he was still standing beside the wooden bed. On the wooden bed, Yang Inflammation's eyes were closed, still in a deep sleep. Turning around, Yang Kai strode out of the loft. Although he had promised Yang Inflammation that he would meet this mysterious religion master, the other party's actions were so mysterious that even the white-robed corpse general he killed did not know his true cultivation or appearance. Finding him would undoubtedly be very difficult. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qian Tong. Now on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong was the true leader of the Shadowed Star field. With his Origin King realm cultivation, he would definitely play a vital role in the next operation. Shadow Moon Hall should have been stabilized, and if Yang Kai wanted to solve the problems on Shadowed Star, he would first need to eradicate Corpse Spirit religion. Qian Tong should be happy to join forces with him to deal with this mysterious religion master. Shadow Moon Hall was not close to High Heaven Sect, so even if Qian Tong wanted to arrive, it would take at least a month. While waiting carefully, Yang Kai was also improving his strength. In Iceheart Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight with Luo Hai and broke through to the Third Order Origin returning realm, only one step away from the Origin King realm. On the way back, Yang Kai's cultivation had also increased little by little, gradually approaching its limit, while his Shi had also reached the grand accomplishment stage. With the help of the power of the Territory Stone and his experience in the Blood Prison trial, Yang Kai also had his own understanding of territory. In other words, if it were not for the current conditions, Yang Kai could already begin to break through to the Origin King realm. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His third-order origin returning realm cultivation was also the foundation of the Origin King realm, so the more solid his Shi was, the easier it would be for him to form his own territory after breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai intended to leave Shadowed Star after solving the problem with corpse spirit religion, while also dealing with a few things he had been worried about. These matters were crucial to improving his strength and figuring out the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory. Time passed day by day, and High Heaven sect remained undisturbed as almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. They all knew that these days would not last long. Once the time was right, Yang Kai would definitely attack corpse spirit religion. At that time, even if they wanted to cultivate, they would not have time. It was for this reason that the masters in High Heaven sect began to cherish the time they had now. Every bit of strength they gained was a bit more life-saving money, allowing them to kill more enemies in the future battle with corpse spirit religion. After an entire month, Qian Tong arrived at High Heaven sect and immediately took charge of guiding the High Heaven sect disciples from outside into the headquarters. Since Yang Kai beheaded white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, the corpse spirit religion army that had besieged High Heaven sect had dispersed. Now that High Heaven sect had finally restored contact with the outside world, they were more or less aware of the situation outside, so Qian Tong's journey here was unimpeded. Chapter 1691. After explaining his plan to Qian Tong immediately agreed. Qian Tong also understood the principle of capturing the leader in order to capture bandits. Corpse spirit religion had been like a rolling snowball in the past 2 years, becoming more and more powerful. The number of transformed corpse spirit race cultivators and human cultivators who had joined them was simply innumerable. Wanting to kill all of them was simply too difficult, so it was better to directly attack the root of the problem and kill the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. After Qian Tong regained control of Shadow Moon Hall, he had also investigated and studied corpse spirit religion. All signs pointed to Grand Burial Valley as the source of corpse spirit religion's rise and origin. Before this, he had been considering whether to go to Grand Burial Valley to investigate the situation, but now that he had received confirmation from Yang Kai, he naturally had no reason to hesitate. Together with Yang Kai, he immediately left High Heaven sect and rushed to Grand Burial Valley. This time, Yang Kai did not bring anyone with him and only acted with Qian Tong. Even Su Yan was left behind in High Heaven sect by Yang Kai. Qian Tong was already an Origin King realm master, so his flying speed was naturally extremely fast. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as Qian Tong's, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so in terms of speed alone, he was faster than Qian Tong. In just 10 days, the two of them arrived at the Grand Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yen came here last time, although Grand Burial Valley was filled with Yin Qi, making every cultivator feel uncomfortable, it was still acceptable. But now, when Yang Kai and Qian Tong arrived here and looked down from above, both of them could not help frowning. Down below, there was a thick fog. The entire Grand Burial Valley was shrouded in this fog, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. This thick fog was obviously filled with extreme Yin and cold corpse Qi, which was also poisonous. Any living person who entered this fog, if they were not strong enough, would likely be invaded by this pervasive corpse Qi and transformed into a member of the corpse spirit race. Using their divine senses, both of them found that there were many life auras hidden in this corpse Qi. Very active. These were undoubtedly members of the corpse spirit race. This was just the periphery. There were at least several thousand of them, and it was hard to imagine just how many of them there were in the Grand Burial Valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you run into the Corpse Spirit Church's church master, don't hesitate. Remember to send me a message. I'll go kill them all first. There are simply too many of them, Qian Tong warned, and immediately turned into a streak of light, like a bolt of lightning. It rushed straight into the Grand Burial Valley. Wherever the light passed by, terrifying storms and thunderbolts could be heard. The Grand Burial Valley, which had been filled with corpse energy, was cleared out by the Qian Tong, creating a clear path. The surrounding corpse spirit race was in a complete mess. Qian Tong didn't seem to make any moves, but it simply released its own territory field. The Wind Realm territory field pulled in all the corpse spirit race within a radius of more than a dozen miles and crushed them into dust. He obviously didn't intend to hide his whereabouts, and actually killed his way in so brazenly. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care too much. With Qian Tong's current strength, there was really no opponent on Shadowed Star that he needed to care about, so he was fully qualified to do so. Moreover, by doing so, he could attract the attention of Corpse Spirit Church and create an opportunity for himself to act. This was also the plan the two had discussed on the way here. In just a moment, the thousands of corpse spirit race people who had been detected by Yang Kai and Qian Tong were wiped out, not a single one surviving. The methods of an Origin King Realm Master could be seen clearly. Qian Tong was not satisfied, and he continued to advance with large strides. More and more corpse spirits were drawn out by him, and they were swept into his domain and died without knowing why. While Qian Tong was wantonly attacking and attracting most of Corpse Spirit Church's attention, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Following the memories he had last explored, Yang Kai went all the way inside. The origin of Corpse Spirit Church came from the underworld spring well in the Corpse Cave, which was the foundation of Corpse Spirit Church. Yang Kai naturally wanted to go straight to the Corpse Cave. If he could destroy the underworld spring well, Corpse Spirit Church would become a tree without roots, a source without water, and it would be much easier to completely eradicate it. Otherwise, with the existence of the underworld spring well, no matter how many members of the corpse spirit race died, they could be transformed into new ones. In the distance, rumbling sounds could be heard as strange voices constantly shouted. It was Qian Tong fighting with the masters of Corpse Spirit Church. Although he did not see this scene, Yang Kai knew that Qian Tong must have been slaughtering the corpse spirit race and forcing them to retreat. It only took him half a day to reach the entrance of the corpse cave. Along the way, he encountered some corpse spirit race clansmen from time to time, but how could these small fries stop Yang Kai's pace and were all killed? The entrance to the corpse cave had not changed and was not even hidden, still behind the concealment spirit array. However, this spirit array had been broken by Yang Yen last time, so it could not play any role now. Inside the corpse cave, a thick corpse chi was constantly rolling out. The density and damage of this corpse chi was far greater than that of Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate for a while before jumping into the corpse cave. The corpse cave was darker and more humid than before. Under Yang Kai's perception, there were many stone rooms inside the corpse cave and there were many traces of corpse spirit race activity. However, the commotion caused by Qian Tong outside was too great, so the corpse spirit race clansmen inside the corpse cave had long been alarmed and were rushing out in a steady stream, obviously wanting to provide support. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately hid in a nearby stone room to avoid the wave of corpse spirit race clansmen. His current task was to find the whereabouts of the mysterious religion master, so he did not want to expose his whereabouts prematurely. The corpse spirit race clansmen did not notice him, so after they left, Yang Kai frowned and looked around, seemingly sensing something. The stone room was pitch black, without the slightest light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At first glance, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone chamber. Each of these corpses was wrapped in a thick corpse chi like a cocoon. Under the nourishment and effect of the corpse chi, the corpses that were wrapped in the corpse chi had undergone some subtle and undetectable changes. They were gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. Some of these corpses could already be considered half a corpse spirit race clansman. As long as they could absorb the cocoon-like corpse chi around their bodies, they would inevitably become part of the corpse spirit race. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Previously, he had speculated about the method the corpse spirit race used to transform their clansmen. It was impossible for every member of the corpse spirit race to appear out of thin air and would require a complete corpse to transform. The source of these corpses was obviously the disciples of the various great forces and sects that the corpse spirit race had attacked and killed. They would transport these corpses back to the corpse cave and use the rich corpse chi here to transform them. In a short time, they would be able to transform a new clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed. Yang Kai found some semi-finished corpses in this stone room without the slightest aura. These corpses had undoubtedly failed the transformation and were completely destroyed. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit race clansman was directly related to their cultivation before death. The higher their cultivation before death, the higher their strength after transformation. Therefore, in Heavenly Fate City, the corpse spirit race clansman named Fang Fengqi needed Fei Ji Tu's body. In any case, Fei Ji Tu was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. The corpses stored in this stone room did not have high cultivations before death, all of them below the Saint King realm. Most of them were just saints, with some even being transcendence or immortal ascension boundary. These transformed corpse spirit race clansmen were undoubtedly just pawns for the corpse spirit religion's army. However, in this corpse cave, there were countless stone rooms, so Yang Kai guessed that the deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses would become before death. Yang Kai did not linger and continued deeper. Soon, he found that his guess was correct. The deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm and then to the origin returning realm. However, the number of corpses was also becoming fewer and fewer. Yang Kai even saw a fully transformed corpse spirit race clansman crawl out of a cocoon-like object, as if he had been reborn. This corpse spirit race clansman roared towards the sky, his body exuding a nauseating aura, two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and needle-like white hair all over his body. Having just completed the transformation, this corpse spirit race clansman obviously did not know how to control his strength. Yang Kai continued forward without disturbing any of the corpse spirit race clansmen and gradually approached the place where he had obtained the sun's true essence. This place was originally the ancient Yang sect's treasure house. It had 3 floors, the innermost being where the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were stored. Standing outside the treasure house, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, raised his head, and stared deeply into the depths of the room. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he strode forward and walked in. The first and second floors had corpse spirit race clansmen standing on both sides, all of them origin returning realm masters, but when Yang Kai walked in, none of them immediately attacked. Instead, all of them stared at Yang Kai fiercely, hissing and threatening as they watched him walk inside. After he left, these corpse spirit race clansmen suddenly swarmed forward to block his path of retreat. Yang Kai went directly to the 3rd floor of the treasure house. The 3rd floor of the treasure vault had undergone a huge change. The interior was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling and luxurious manner. Numerous fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a gentle light. The entire 3rd floor of the treasure vault had clearly transformed into a magnificent palace. In the center of the palace, there was a pool with a radius of about 3 feet. Yellow water was constantly bubbling in the pool. Yang Kai's eyes paused for a moment in this pool and immediately understood that this was the legendary underworld spring eye. The yellow water in this pool was not a liquid but a direct manifestation of pure energy. This kind of energy had no effect on anyone and was even extremely harmful, but it had a great effect on the corpse spirit race. Yang Kai even felt special space force fluctuations from the underworld spring eye. This made Yang Kai have some speculations in his heart, but he was not certain. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai looked up and saw a figure sitting on a chair in front of him. Chapter 1692. The figure sitting in the chair was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his face was covered in a strange layer of energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense, he was unable to see his true face. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. This discovery made Yang Kai frown. If his guess was correct, this person should be the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. However, Yang Kai could not feel any corpse chi from him. In other words, this person was not a corpse spirit. Could it be that, as Yang Inflammation said, this person was the one who had fought with Yang Inflammation in the past, but had mastered a method to transform and control the corpse spirit race, allowing him to act so high and mighty? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the man suddenly laughed and clapped his hands lightly, saying in a tone of praise, "You really found this place, your courage isn't small." Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became strange. Staring straight at this person, Yang Kai felt as if he could see through the barrier and see his true appearance. The other party did not intend to conceal his identity, and the strange energy covering his face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face. "Lu Yi?" Yang Kai called out. This guy was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, who had made things difficult for him several times and even tried to kill him. The first time Yang Kai had come into contact with him was when the Flowing Flame sand field opened. During the fight for the red candle fruit, Lu Yi had secretly tried to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had fought with him for a while, and as a result, Lu Yi had managed to cut off one of Yang Kai's arms, allowing him to escape. Later, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had learned that Lu Yi was behind the Xie family. It was Lu Yi who instigated Xie Li and the others to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not know what kind of hatred there was between him and Lu Yi that caused him to be so concerned about him. In the past, Yang Kai thought that Lu Yi simply hated him, but now, Yang Kai's mind suddenly flashed as he connected all the clues together and came up with a bold conjecture. "Perhaps I shouldn't call you Lu Yi, after all, this is just your body after possessing it." Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly, his expression confident. Lu Yi, who was sitting in his chair, was stunned for a moment, as if some secret had been revealed. Staring at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You actually guessed it? It seems this seat has underestimated you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "You and I first met in Lu Yan's soul cleansing soul. I obtained an origin essence crystal from there, and from then on, you never forgot about me. So, that origin essence crystal is yours?" Lu Yuan's handsome and peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Yang Kai, where did you take it? Why has this master been unable to sense its aura all this time?" This matter was simply a nightmare for Lu Yi. If Yang Kai had not taken away the origin essence crystal, he would have been able to completely refine it. After seizing this body, Yang Kai only needed to fuse with his own origin essence crystal to restore at least half of his strength in an instant. Even if the world principles of Shadowed Star suppressed him from breaking through to the Origin King realm on the spot, leaving Shadowed Star with a peak origin returning realm cultivation wasn't a big problem for him. As long as he could find a place to retreat for a few dozen years, restoring his original cultivation would not be a dream. At that time, the entire territory of Shadowed Star would be his. But all of this was ruined by Yang Kai. Lu Yi could not even sense the existence of his origin essence crystal, let alone retrieve it. That was the crystallization and essence of his cultivation. Without it, with Lu Ye's current aptitude, restoring his strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After so many years, he had only managed to reach the third-order origin returning realm. This was simply unbearable. Sorry, I've already fused with that thing. Yang Kai smiled and pointed to his head. Impossible. Lu Yi denied immediately, as if he was looking at an ant, turning a contemptuous look towards Yang Kai and sneered, with your strength, you want to fuse with my origin essence crystal? The soul that possessed Lu Ye's body was in existence on the same level as the great emperors of Star Field when he was alive, so the origin essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an origin king realm master tried to fuse with it rashly, their knowledge sea would burst and their soul would be destroyed. Yang Kai only had the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm at that time, so how could he have fused with it? Lu Yi obviously did not believe this kind of nonsense and only thought that Yang Kai was lying and had used some special method to hide the origin essence crystal, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. Of course, he had no obligation or need to explain clearly to the other party. With a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, fusing with the origin essence crystal root didn't require him to do anything. Even he didn't know that this crystal root was an origin essence crystal until a long time later. Enough nonsense, since you've come here today, don't even think about leaving. Where is this origin essence crystal? As long as I capture you, do you think I won't have a chance to ask? Lu Yi coldly snorted, his aura suddenly becoming violent and evil. Yang Kai laughed, you're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly began to shake as an extremely fierce aura suddenly descended from above. This aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, only able to stand in place with an ugly expression on his face. Hong long long, the earth seemed to crack open as a huge rumbling sound spread from above. A moment later, a hole appeared above the palace where Yang Kai and Lu Yi were standing and a figure leapt out from it and sent a palm towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's face changed drastically as he madly pushed his shur, trying to escape from this overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. His shur was easily shattered and the palm fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a pitiful cry before his entire body was crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Qian Tong landed, a look of suspicion on his face as he exchanged a glance with Yang Kai. Yang Kai also wore a stunned expression. Neither of them had expected that Lu Yi would be killed so easily. Is that the religion master of corpse spirit religion? Qian Tong asked in amazement. Yang Kai nodded, yes, that's him. This old master overestimated him. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Although he had never put this religion master of corpse spirit religion in his eyes, he hadn't expected the other party to be killed so easily, making him feel like he had punched cotton. Yang Kai didn't say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Subconsciously, he felt that Lu Yi couldn't have died so easily. After all, he had escaped from Yang Yun's hands in the past and hadn't even noticed Yang Yun. Even if Qian Tong was an origin king realm master, how could he compare to this guy in terms of cunning? Considering all this, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, spreading it outwards frantically. Under the perception of his divine sense, the situation in Grand Burial Valley became clear to him in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed a strand of obscure aura that was fleeing towards the outside at an unbelievable speed, and it was concealed to the extreme. If it wasn't for him arousing suspicion in his heart and intentionally searching for it, he would probably really be unable to notice it. As this aura escaped, it carried with it a slight fluctuation of space principles. Elder Qian. Yang Kai let out a low shout as he suddenly thrust his hands forward and stabbed them into the void. Then, he tore them apart and a void crack immediately formed. Qian Tong frowned. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this, he still chose to believe him subconsciously and without even asking, directly entered the void crack with Yang Kai. Outside Grand Burial Valley, a corpse general in black robes was meditating in a secluded location. He seemed to have been sitting here for a long time without making any movements. At a certain moment, this black-robed corpse general suddenly trembled and his hidden aura climbed all the way to the peak of the third-order origin returning realm, not much worse than Yi Shiyun. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of resentment and shock flashed across his pupils as he ground his teeth and roared, "An origin king, an origin king. How could there be an origin king here? Old dog, this king will remember you, this king will definitely repay you for that palm strike. You won't have the chance." A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and quickly turned around, only to see a void crack open silently and Yang Kai and Qian Tong step out from it. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and without even thinking about it, he immediately roared and tried to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Qian Tong shouted angrily, his territory suddenly expanding and wrapping around the black-robed corpse general. Yang Kai didn't take action and instead just stared at the black-robed corpse general while pushing his divine sense to the limit to pay attention to his movements. The black-robed corpse general Yang Kai had seen him before and should have been brother to the white-robed corpse general Kong Fei Rao, but at this moment, he had been occupied by Lu Ye's soul and had become a completely different person. Although the peak of the origin returning realm was powerful, in front of Qian Tong, it was nothing. The moment the black-robed corpse general's body was pulverized and his soul extinguished, Yang Kai noticed a hidden aura leaping through space, directly leaving this place and arriving a few hundred kilometers away without pausing for a single moment. This was obviously the aura of corpse spirit religion's religion master. If Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of space, it would have been impossible for him to detect such a change. After Qian Tong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply tore space again, the next moment appearing several hundred kilometers away. As soon as they emerged from the void crack, Yang Kai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general in blue robes frantically fleeing into the distance. Without waiting for Qian Tong to act, Yang Kai summoned a dozen golden blood threads, which intertwined together to form a golden arrow that pierced through space and pierced a hole in the abdomen of the azure-robed corpse general, shattering his corpse bead. The golden blood thread circled outside before flying back, but Yang Kai didn't show any joy after killing a powerful enemy. Instead, his expression became gloomy as he tore space a third time. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Yang Kai and Qian Tong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit clan. Instead, it belonged to a human cultivator. His cultivation level was not high, and he was only at the first-order origin returning realm. However, this was the 27th body possessed by the mysterious corpse spirit cult leader. He didn't seem to have damaged his spirit due to possession. On the contrary, he could possess an unlimited number of different bodies. This was completely contrary to Yang Kai's common sense. When a powerhouse's physical body was destroyed, their divine soul could indeed find a suitable body to seize, but seizing was a very dangerous matter. It was very likely that the divine soul would suffer a backlash and be swallowed by the target of the seizing, leading to the destruction of the divine soul. Even if the divine soul was not swallowed, every seizing would consume a great deal of soul force. It was impossible for anyone to perform a second possession in such a short period of time. However, the mysterious cult leader of corpse spirit religion had broken this rule. In just 5 days, he had attempted to possess 27 bodies. Although Yang Kai had caught him by the tail each time, pursued him relentlessly, and even killed the bodies he possessed, he had always been able to escape with his soul. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the cult leader of the corpse spirit religion. Both Yang Kai and Qian Tong realized how tricky this enemy was. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. They discovered that the cult master of corpse spirit religion couldn't possess anyone's body. Only those who had the 10,000 poison evil goo planted in their minds could become his targets. Yang Kai had come into contact with 10,000 poison evil goo once. Back then, Xie of the Xie family had been controlled by this 10,000 poison evil goo and had foolishly launched an attack on Dragon Cave Mountain with his entire family. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This kind of strange insect-like existence was the cult master of the corpse spirit religion's unique secret technique. Once the 10,000 poison evil goo was implanted in someone's body, any living creature would have to obey his orders. He had also used this method to enslave his rebellious subordinates, and he had even used this method to carry out possession and escape with his soul. As long as there was a 10,000 poisons evil insect within a certain distance, his divine soul could instantly arrive at the location of the 10,000 poisons evil insect without being restricted by space. In addition to this, Yang Kai and Qian Tong keenly discovered something else. The cult master of the corpse spirit religion chose to possess the body. He was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, the body he possessed was still a third-order origin returning realm corpse general, a top-level corpse general, but after 2 days, he could only choose the second-order origin returning realm. Until now, he could only possess beings from the first-order origin returning realm. His possession technique was not flawless, but there was a certain degree of damage, and this damage should be targeted at the divine soul. Even the corpse spirit religion's church master couldn't avoid it. Even so, Yang Kai and Qian Tong were mentally and physically exhausted. Come again, he won't be able to jump around for long. This old master doesn't believe he can escape from this old master's grasp. Qian Tong was also annoyed. He was now an Origin King Realm Master, the #1 master on Shadowed Star, but now he couldn't even deal with the cult master of corpse spirit religion. This made him very angry. What Qian Tong did not know was that the origin of this cult master of corpse spirit religion was much greater than that of an Origin King like him. Have you caught his movements? Qian Tong turned to look at Yang Kai. After a few days of pursuit, Qian Tong also learned about the strangeness of the cult master of corpse spirit religion. If not for Yang Kai tracking him, he would not have been able to eliminate this cult master on his own. He could not detect any trace of the cult master's soul escaping at all. Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed for a while before suddenly opening them and stretching out his hands to tear the void without saying a word. In a certain jungle, a handsome young man was fleeing in distress. This young man looked to be in his 30s and his body was pulsing with first-order origin returning realm Saint Chi fluctuations. His appearance was quite distressed as his eyes were red and his face was filled with malevolence. While fleeing, this young man restrained his aura and released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. There was no movement within a 30-kilometer radius of him. However, the handsome young man did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to flee, as if something terrible was chasing him. His face was filled with ruthlessness and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. In the past, even in that place, he was a famous existence and there were not many people who dared to provoke him, but since he came to this star field and fell on this cultivation star, over the past 10,000 years, his luck had become worse and worse. First, he was smashed to pieces by Yang Yen, and after 10,000 years of slumber, he was finally able to recover. Today, at this moment, he was being chased by a piece of third-order origin returning realm trash. If he was at his peak, he could tear this piece of trash into 10,000 pieces with a single glance, but now, he had no choice but to flee. The handsome young man suddenly felt a sense of grief and indignation, like a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being toyed with by a shrimp in shallow water, causing his blood to boil and his breathing to become difficult. His soul escape technique was so exquisite that even an Origin King would not be able to detect him, but this little brat named Yang Kai actually cultivated a rare space secret technique. If not for this, how could he have been caught every time? Even in that place, very few people could cultivate the space secret technique. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how someone could cultivate the space secret technique to such a high level in such a place. They could even tear space and instantly travel thousands of miles. Just as his thoughts were running wild and he was gnashing his teeth, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the void in front of him. The handsome young man's footsteps paused as his face turned pale. This situation had occurred dozens of times already, so he was no stranger to it and knew what would happen next. "You forced me to do this." The handsome young man's eyes flashed viciously as if he had made an important decision. He stopped and stood in place, waiting quietly. The strange energy fluctuations coming from the void in front of him became more and more obvious, and soon, a crack suddenly appeared. Inside this crack was a dark and chaotic void. Two figures walked out of this crack, the one in front being Qian Tong while Yang Kai followed behind. As soon as Qian Tong appeared, his powerful soul immediately locked onto the position of the handsome young man. Without even saying a word, he expanded his territory domain and wrapped it around the handsome young man. His wind concept filled the air and condensed into a variety of killing moves within his territory domain that shot towards the handsome young man. The other party's cultivation after possessing this body was now only at the first-order origin returning realm, so Qian Tong did not even need to take action. Just by relying on the power of his territory domain, he could easily kill him. The handsome and evil young man laughed out loud. "Lowly ant, bear the supreme fury of this seat." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a turquoise aura. The turquoise aura twisted slightly in the void and suddenly turned into a turquoise long saber. There were complex runes and patterns on the long saber, making people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The turquoise long saber slashed down viciously in midair without making a sound. But a shocking scene appeared. Qian Tong's territory domain was directly cut open by this saber and instantly collapsed. At the same time, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's expressions changed greatly. In their vision, the turquoise long saber rolled up a mysterious concept and broke through the seal of their soul. It directly descended into their knowledge sea, transforming into the appearance of a turquoise long saber and slashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The knowledge sea was cut open by the fierce qi, and the entire sea was divided into two. In the knowledge sea, waves surged in an instant, a strong wind blew, and the sky changed color. The space in the knowledge sea was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai and Qian Tong's soul power was directly cut off by more than a third. Both of them couldn't help but groan as they had a splitting headache. Their vision blurred and they almost fainted. Both of their expressions changed greatly. They didn't expect the other party to have such a tyrannical move. They hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to protect themselves. After the handsome young man displayed that move, his face turned pale and his whole body swayed. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack Yang Kai and Qian Tong again, but he was powerless. Cursing fiercely, the handsome young man's body suddenly burst into powder and disappeared. At the same time, a soul power rushed out from the handsome young man's original position. It made a turn in the air and swept up the turquoise qi that could transform into a long saber. It then cut through the void and fled far away. Yang Kai stared in the direction of his escape. He wanted to sense it, but the surrounding area was filled with a strange concept. It seemed to have sealed off this part of the world, making it impossible for him to track the other party's movements. Once again, there was a piercing pain in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but howl. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and poured out some spirit pills. He gave half to Qian Tong and stuffed the other half into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Qian Tong also hurriedly took a spirit pill and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He had a supreme treasure like the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if his soul was damaged, it didn't matter much. After a day of nourishment, he had almost fully recovered. On the other hand, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Even if he was an origin king, it would take at least a year or so for him to recover from such a blow. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Qian Tong also opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. After a long silence, he asked, "Did that guy run away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qian Tong sighed heavily and said, "That guy is incredible. This old master was invincible on Shadowed Star after breaking through to the Origin King realm, but I never expected to suffer such a big loss at his hands. The world is so big, and there are so many capable people. What kind of artifact did he use? How could it be so powerful?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "Probably an emperor artifact." An emperor artifact? Qian Tong frowned as he sensed his surroundings thoughtfully before nodding. "That makes sense. There is indeed an emperor pressure around here, but why is it different from the emperor pressure I felt in the emperor garden before?" Yang Kai glanced at him, thinking that there were more than one great emperors in this world, but he didn't say anything. It was this emperor pressure that had isolated Yang Kai's space secret technique, allowing Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master to escape. Chapter 1694. After losing track of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master, with his methods, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to find him again. This time's operation was not a success, but in the short term, Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master would not take action again. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy, especially when he used his emperor artifact at the end. It was definitely a heavy burden on his body, otherwise, he would not have waited until now to use it. Qian Tong obviously knew this, so he did not have any intention of asking Yang Kai to pursue, instead saying, "Although that person escaped, Corpse Spirit Religion is still a big problem. Let's return to Grand Burial Valley first and destroy that corpse cave." This old master felt that many Corpse Spirit race clansmen were hibernating their last time. "And, that's what I was thinking," Yang Kai agreed. After a brief discussion, the two of them immediately set off in the direction of the Grand Burial Valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Grand Burial Valley. The Corpse Spirit race in the valley had been slaughtered by Qian Tong and had suffered heavy losses, but they had not been completely wiped out. The remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen were now hiding somewhere, leaving only those who had not yet fully transformed in the Corpse Cave. Before Qian Tong destroyed the Corpse Cave, Yang Kai returned to the location of the underworld well again to see if there was a way to destroy it. After all, this was the source of the Corpse Spirit race. As long as it was destroyed, the Corpse Spirit race would no longer be able to grow in numbers, and the remaining survivors would need to be slowly cleaned up. One day, Shadowed Star would return to peace again. However, to his disappointment, there was no way to destroy this underworld well. The yellow spring eye seemed to be connected to another world. The dense corpse chi was flowing from that world, converging into the spring water form in the yellow spring eye. It was rumored that the underworld well was connected to the underworld. The only way to destroy this bridge was to go deep inside and destroy it. Yang Kai did not dare to take this risk and could only join forces with Qian Tong to temporarily seal the aura of the underworld well before destroying the Corpse Cave and killing the Corpse Spirit race clansmen who were still in the process of being transformed. By the time Yang Kai and Qian Tong returned to High Heaven Sect, 10 days had passed. After that, Yang Kai briefly explained the operation to Yi Shiyun and the others. Yi Shiyun was also shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a strange method of unlimited possession in this world. The rest of the elders sighed as well. According to what Sect Master said, doesn't that mean Corpse Spirit Religion Master has an immortal body? Yi Shiyun frowned. That's not the case. Although his possession technique is strange and unpredictable, it will definitely cause some damage to his body. This could be seen from the changes in the target of his possession. But this time, he managed to escape. Now that we don't know where he is hiding, it will be difficult to find him. Yang Kai sighed. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, although we failed to kill Corpse Spirit Religion Master, being able to seal the underworld spring well is enough. Presumably, the Corpse Spirit race would not increase their numbers. It's time for us to strike back. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled lightly. What does Great Elder think? Pursue the victory. Yi Shiyun quickly said, the reason why Shadowed Star's situation has been getting worse and worse over the past 2 years is partly because the Corpse Spirit race is too strange and is constantly transforming into more and more masters. Another reason is that there is no one who can trust to lead them. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now, things are different. The Origin King Grade Starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up, with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Yi Shiyun turned her eyes to Yang Kai. I also have no problem with that. Yang Kai chuckled, Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized, I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Yi Shiyun was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate Corpse Spirit Religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven Sect's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action, with his Origin King realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the Origin King Grade Starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by Corpse Spirit Religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, Corpse Spirit Religion would no longer exist. Yi Shiyun even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally, he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the Corpse Spirit race and the human race cultivator who had surrendered to Corpse Spirit Religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this and instead went to Yang Yun's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the Insect Emperor. Inside Yang Yun's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the Insect Emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly realized. He was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He could place his soul on the creatures he cultivated, which was why he was able to carry out so many seizing attempts. The 10,000 poison evil insects were just one of the exotic insects under his control, so they were nothing special. They were only useful for controlling his subordinates, but he also had many other powerful means at his disposal. Wherever the Insect Emperor's insect cloud passed, he could destroy an entire star territory. Yang Kai's face was horrified. He noticed that Yang Yun was talking about an entire star territory, not a single cultivation star. Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled, you don't have to be so nervous. To control exotic insects, one must have the corresponding cultivation. Right now, he can only possess a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he control too many exotic insects? If he really did that, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Being able to use the 10,000 poison evil insects was already beyond my expectations. Trust me, he won't show his face again for the next few years. But as long as this person is alive, he will always be a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He was deeply wary of the insect emperor. That was an existence on the same level as Yang Yun. Who knew how strong he was? Yang Yun looked at him deeply. I have a way for you to kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yun didn't speak, instead reaching out and grasping at the void. In her knowledge sea, a beautiful ball of light emitting a colorful light was suddenly caught in her hand and immediately pressed her palm against Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, seemingly casual, but Yang Kai didn't react until the ball of light in Yang Yun's hand suddenly disappeared into his soul avatar. Yang Kai was shocked. What is this? Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when you refine it. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul avatar. The strength of this aura made him unable to resist. His soul avatar directly collapsed and his divine sense returned to his body. The next moment, Yang Kai opened his eyes, but instead of seeing the scenery in the loft, he found himself in an empty and chaotic space. There was no light or anything around him, he couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, not knowing where he was, but after all, he was someone who had braved many storms and waves, so he didn't panic and just quietly observed his surroundings. This empty world gradually had a trace of obscure existences, and as time passed, these things condensed together and grew larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, a huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was completely devoid of vitality, not even a single plant could be seen, it was simply a dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star and faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. Shadowed star. Yang Kai suddenly realized. When he observed shadowed star from the star field, it was exactly this size and appearance, but the current shadowed star was filled with vitality, unlike what he saw in front of him. I understand. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai understood what yang inflammation had done to him, and while feeling grateful, he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity and quickly calmed down to comprehend it. In this strange world, Yang Kai-Jen was unable to perceive the passage of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like hundreds of millions of years. Finally, some vitality appeared on the desolate shadowed star. The sea rose and fell, the plants were lush, and some creatures with flesh and blood began to appear. Different races rose up one after another, sweeping up waves in the long river of history before disappearing. Different civilizations, one seemingly immortal period after another, passed by under Yang Kai's indifferent gaze. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak, and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was this stars, and this stars was him. The Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xia Ning Chang was refining Tong Xian Realm Star's source, Yang Kai assisted him and accompanied Xia Ning Chang to observe the evolution and development of Tong Xian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining Star's source and becoming a Star Master. Chapter 1695. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. All of Shadowed Star seemed to have become a part of his body, allowing him to perceive any piece of land on Shadowed Star at will. He could perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, as well as the birth, aging, sickness, and death of the people who lived on this cultivation star. If he wanted to, he could easily travel to any place on Shadowed Star without the slightest hindrance. If he wanted to, he could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse with a single thought. Clenching his fist lightly, Yang Kai caused the world energy in the surrounding area to tremble slightly as a loud bell rang out from the void. At this moment, The hundreds of millions of living beings on Shadowed Star were shocked as they looked up, not knowing what was happening. All of Shadowed Star also underwent a subtle change the moment Yang Kai became the Star Master. This change was inexplicable and only a few masters were able to sense it, while most others were unaware of it. From now on, Shadowed Star would be closely related to Yang Kai. As Yang Kai's cultivation rose, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also become more and more vibrant. Yang Kai inspected his body and found that inside Dantian, there was a small sphere that looked like a shrunken version of Shadowed Star that was rotating at a subtle speed. Star's source. If one wanted to become the Star Master of a cultivation star, they had to refine the source of that cultivation star, and what Yang Yan had injected into his body before was undoubtedly Shadowed Star's star source. Shadowed Star, which had shrunk countless times, was constantly rotating. Every time Shadowed Star rotated, it would release a mysterious and subtle force that nourished Yang Kai's body while also absorbing Yang Kai's strength to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial process. While Yang Kai was excited and happy, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Did I just become the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Did I just become the ruler of this world? He couldn't help but have a surreal feeling. Little senior sister being able to become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm was a stroke of luck. Tongxian Realm's world energy was barren, like an old man on the verge of death struggling to survive. That was why Tongxian Realm's star's source had taken the initiative to seek out Xia Ningchang. Let her refine it. However, Shadowed Star was different. Even if there was the suppression of world principles here, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tongxian Realm was an old man with one foot in the grave, Shadowed Star was a young man full of vitality. To refine the source of such a cultivation star. Without an Origin King realm cultivation, it was impossible, and one had to be a third-order Origin King. For example, Luo Hai had become a Star Master while still a second-order Origin King. In the entire Star territory, there was only one such family. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's doubts, Yang Yan's voice passed into his knowledge. See, Shadowed Star's source has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has a chance to escape my control, do you think it will obediently cooperate? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yan chuckled, don't worry, its temper has long been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile in the past, which is why I imprisoned it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he understood the whole story. Anyone who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years would not have a temper. Although the star's source did not have its own sentience, it knew that it could not resist Yang Yan's methods and could only compromise. The position of Star Master had come so easily and simply that Yang Kai was still somewhat unable to adapt. With a thought, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense, sending it out in all directions like a tide of spiders, soon covering most of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai noticed the movements of many battles, as if he was witnessing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was decreasing at a terrifying rate. After Yang Kai took back his divine sense, he found that in just 5 breaths, his knowledge sea had been reduced by a third. In other words, he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge sea would completely dry up, and he would not be able to monitor it completely. Calculating this, Yang Kai was not dumbfounded. Although he was only a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, the power of his soul was comparable to an Origin King, and with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, it was impossible for his knowledge sea to dry up under normal circumstances. It seemed that even if he became a Star Master, without the corresponding strength, he would not be able to act as he pleased. However, this was enough for now. I'm going to deal with some small troubles, I'll come see you later, Yang Kai said, but before Yang Yan could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were fiercely counterattacking while a group of human cultivators struggled to resist. Since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to issue a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had set off a wave of resistance against Corpse Spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong, Corpse Spirit religion's army was forced to retreat while countless Corpse Spirit race clansmen were killed or wounded. Those who had lost their homes and sects spontaneously gathered together and launched an attack on Corpse Spirit religion, who had occupied their sects. Without the Corpse Cave to transform their clansmen, the Corpse Spirit race clansmen that died were one less, and without fresh blood to supplement their numbers, coupled with the rumor that their religion master was dead and their sect leaders slaughtered, Corpse Spirit religion did not have much strength to resist. The human cultivators were like a hot knife through butter as they slaughtered Corpse Spirit religion's army. More than 80% of the sects had already recovered their lost territories. On the one hand, they had left enough manpower in their headquarters to prevent Corpse Spirit religion's counterattack, while on the other hand, they had sent their own masters to reinforce their allies. They were really afraid of Corpse Spirit religion and knew that if they did not completely destroy it this time, this strange race would eventually rise from the ashes in the future. Most of the families and sects had mustered all their strength and were determined to fight Corpse Spirit religion to the end. Now, a very common scene on Shadowed Star was playing out in this place. The remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen had been hiding here and were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human cultivators to rush over and besiege them. Although there were less than 1,000 Corpse Spirit race clansmen here, they were still very difficult to deal with. What's more, Corpse Spirit race clansmen were transformed from the dead, so they had little fear of pain and their bodies were tough as steel, making them very difficult to kill unless they destroyed their corpse beads. At the same level, a human cultivator was no match for a Corpse Spirit race clansman. Thousands of human cultivators surrounded the Corpse Spirit race clansmen in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a fierce attack. They could only selectively eliminate the Corpse Spirit race clansmen in the periphery, slowly weakening their strength. The Corpse Spirit race clansmen had obviously discovered their enemy's scheme, so how could they be willing to just sit back and wait for death? They organized several waves of fearless attempts to break out of the encirclement, and although they suffered many casualties, they also took the lives of many human cultivators. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. The Corpse Spirit race clansmen were at the end of their rope, and each one of them was extremely fierce, while the human cultivator was hesitant. Just as the human race masters were at a loss of what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in mid-air. He had arrived suddenly, without the slightest warning, and by the time everyone noticed his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley, then raised his palm and gently slapped it down. His movements were very casual, as if he was swatting mosquitoes and flies. However, under this palm, the spirit chi between heaven and earth gathered crazily, converging into a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. This palm print covered the sky and the earth as it slammed down with lightning speed. Hong long, the earth shook violently, causing the thousands of human cultivators to almost lose their footing. In the next moment, everyone paled in horror. They clearly saw that under the giant palm of world energy, the thousands of Corpse Spirit race clansmen that they had been helpless against, regardless of their cultivation, were all smashed into meat paste. Over 90% of them died in an instant, with only a few lucky ones not affected, but their faces were bloodless as they stood trembling in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man at this moment was like a god who dominated this world. After that palm print, the young man just flickered slightly and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. However, the huge palm print in the mountain valley and the dead Corpse Spirit race clansmen proved that everything just now was not an illusion but had actually happened. Who is this person? How could he be so strong? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Shadow Moon Hall's Temple Master Qian, right? I heard that Temple Master Qian is already an Origin King. Could there be a second Origin King on Shadowed Star? No, 5 months ago, this old master had the privilege of witnessing Temple Master Qian's shocking means, but compared to that palm, it seems he is still slightly inferior. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than Temple Master Qian? I don't believe it. Huh, I know who that person is, it's High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai. I've seen him once before, back when he was still on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect Master? Everyone suddenly realized and immediately felt that the rumors were true. High Heaven Sect being able to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star was not without reason. With such a powerful sect master, how could the sect not prosper? Enough idle chatter, there are still a few small fries that haven't been cleaned up yet. Sect Master Yang helped us solve the biggest problem, we can't trouble him to come back and slap the rest, right? A group of masters nodded repeatedly before stepping forward, all of them staring maliciously at the few surviving corpse spirit race clansmen as they slowly approached. If I had known earlier, I would have just been slapped to death. Looking at the people gathering around them from all directions, the surviving corpse spirit race clansmen couldn't help thinking, Yang Kai experienced the various conveniences of becoming a star master and could not help feeling a little ecstatic. No wonder those third-order origin kings all aimed to refine star sources and become a star master. This was simply too convenient. Once one became a star master of a cultivation star, they could travel to any place on that cultivation star in an instant. This was much more convenient and faster than using space arrays. Chapter 1696. Moreover, after becoming a star master, there were many other benefits that Yang Kai had not had the time to carefully experience and grasp, so he was not clear about them for the time being. However, this alone was enough. Wherever he went, the corpse spirit race had nowhere to run. With just a casual wave of his palm, Yang Kai was able to wipe out groups of corpse spirit race cultivators. Now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, who on Shadowed Star could resist his methods? Even Qian Tong would not be able to resist. In just half a day, Yang Kai had traversed most of Shadowed Star, killing all the corpse spirit race cultivators he could sense. Before the human cultivator could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai had already flown away, leaving these people looking at each other in confusion. On the shores of the limitless ocean, a group of cultivators who had broken away from the human race army were fleeing as a dozen or so corpse spirit race cultivators pursued them relentlessly. The corpse spirit race had not had an easy time in the past year. Their powerful corpse generals had been wiped out one by the masters of Qian Tong and High Heaven Sect, and even their religion master was rumored to have been killed. Without a leader, they could only be suppressed by the united human race, retreating back to the limitless ocean step by step, trying to escape into the vast sea to seek a chance of survival. However, their hopes were dashed as Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun had chased after corpse spirit religion cultivators all the way to this point, blocking their path of retreat, making it impossible for them to enter the limitless ocean. Today, corpse spirit religion was on the decline and was no longer as strong as it was a few years ago. Cornered, the corpse spirit race cultivators could only hunt down lone human cultivator to vent their frustrations and grievances. This group of 7 or 8 human cultivators was quite unlucky as they had encountered the corpse spirit race cultivators who were both stronger and more numerous than they were. In just one battle, they had lost several people and had no choice but to flee in the direction of the human army. The woman leading the group had a face as beautiful as peach blossoms, a seductive figure, and a pair of large breasts that surged fiercely in front of her. However, under the pursuit of the corpse spirit race, her beautiful face paled, and as she fled, she continuously poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in her hand. She hoped to be able to contact her elders. Let the elders come to the rescue. Another scream came from behind. The woman turned around and saw a scene that made her tremble. One of his companions who had fallen behind was caught by a few corpse spirits and was knocked to the ground. Those cruel corpse spirit clansmen didn't intend to kill him directly. Instead, they swarmed forward. It gnawed at his flesh with its sharp teeth. Her companion's screams and cries for help made the woman's legs tremble. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen. He nearly lost control of his bladder on the spot. After a short while, the voices of his companions gradually faded away. After the corpse spirit race had eaten their fill, they chased after him even more ferociously, getting closer and closer to him. When she thought about how her delicate skin and flesh would become food for the corpse spirit race like her companion, and eventually become a skeleton without any sense of beauty, the woman's beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The great panic made her footsteps feel as heavy as lead, and her Saint Chi was unable to circulate properly, making it difficult for her to even move. The corpse spirit clan behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the thick scent of blood. The woman exclaimed. Right at this moment, her vision blurred as a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out a hand towards her. With a light grab, he pulled her behind him. Then, the young man flicked his fingers, and along with the sound of a few strong winds, the dozen or so corpse spirits that were chasing her all exploded into powder without exception. A disaster was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her, a feeling of having just survived a disaster rising in her heart as she called out, "Yang Kai?" Her voice was still trembling and her face was pale. Obviously, she had not yet recovered from the thrill and excitement she had just experienced. Hearing this woman's name, the other human race cultivator was taken aback for a moment before they all turned to look at Yang Kai with excitement. They had naturally heard of Yang Kai's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. This time, the sect master of High Heaven sect had personally stepped in to save them, so they were naturally grateful. "In Su Dai?" Yang Kai glanced back at the woman and frowned. "Why are you here? Where is your master?" This little girl was In Su Dai of Colored Glass sect. In Colored Glass sect, she was considered one of the best cultivators of the younger generation. Few people could resist her beguiling technique, but facing the corpse spirit race, her beguiling technique was ineffective. With her first order returning realm cultivation, the strength she could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise, she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. In Su Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, "Master is in Sea Corner City." Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon noticed that a large number of cultivator auras had gathered in a city several tens of thousands of kilometers away. That should be Sea Corner City, a city near the carefree seaside. "Why aren't you with your master? What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Although the human race had won a great victory and the corpse spirit race had almost no place to stand, acting alone was still very dangerous, especially in the carefree seaside. Although Yang Kai did not like In Su Dai very much, she was now a disciple of High Heaven sect. As the sect master, he could still reprimand her. In Su Dai immediately became speechless. Back when Yang Kai was still unknown, she had even tried to deal with Yang Kai, but things were different now. In Su Dai understood better than anyone that the gap between her and Yang Kai was now immeasurable. If Yang Kai stood atop the clouds, she could only stay on the ground and look up. She had envied Dai Yuan's ugly senior sister countless times, wondering what kind of methods she had used to obtain Yang Kai's care. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's attitude that her honored master Gong Ao Fu began to like her senior sister more and more, while In Su Dai had gradually been neglected in the past year. "Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it, and issued an order. A short time later, the human race cultivator gathered in Cape City received an order from High Heaven sect. The corpse spirit race army had been completely wiped out, all sects should return to their headquarters and recuperate. The cultivator from the various sects who received this order looked at each other and ran around to inquire, but the final result was no different from the order. The elders of Shadow Moon Hall and High Heaven sect all confirmed this. Although they didn't know why the corpse spirit race had suddenly been wiped out, the human race cultivator was still overjoyed that the catastrophe on Shadowed Star had been resolved. Out of their trust in High Heaven's sect and Shadow Moon Hall, they all returned to their headquarters and discussed how to revive their sects. Countless corpse spirit race clansmen flew out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon, they were shocked to discover that the entire Cape Mountain range was imprisoned by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to fly or escape from their hiding place. The place they used to hide and survive had now become a cage. The corpse spirit race clansmen cried out in panic, not knowing what was happening. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the Cape Mountain range had risen a few meters. Yang Kai let out a light breath as he suddenly pressed his hand back down. Hong Long, the mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell down again. The earth shook violently and a burst of explosive sounds came from inside the mountain range. At this moment, the world energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, wreaking havoc inside the bodies of the corpse spirit race clansmen. Peng 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 peng, one after another, the corpse spirit race clansmen burst into dust and disappeared. After the sound subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense again and found that there were no longer any traces of the corpse spirit race clansmen in the Cape Mountain range. The thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen who had fled here had all been killed without exception. Qian Tong watched in amazement for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. This catastrophe should end here. After killing corpse spirit religion's religion master, I can be completely at ease, Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter, this old master is now. After you kill him, this old master will tell you more about it. There's no need to rush. Qian Tong obviously had something he wanted to say, but since he didn't want to talk about it now, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force him. The two soon separated, Qian Tong returning to Shadow Moon Hall to preside over the reconstruction of his sect while Yang Kai went straight to the limitless ocean. He was going to find the insect emperor and make him disappear from this world completely. When he was searching for the corpse spirit race before, he had also paid attention to the aura of the insect emperor, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find him. As such, Yang Kai directly set his sights on the limitless ocean as he believed his judgment was correct. Shadowed Star was very large, and the forces on the sea and on land were two completely different systems. Each side's cultivator rarely interfered with the lives of others, so although corpse spirit religion had caused a great deal of trouble on Shadowed Star this time, causing many of the great sects to suffer heavy losses, the forces in the deep sea had not been affected. It was for this reason that the corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape to the limitless ocean to avoid being hunted down by the great sects. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the limitless ocean. When he left the Emperor Garden last time, he had accidentally passed by this place, but at that time, he was anxious to return to his sect and had only seen the tip of the iceberg. Everyone roared in agreement and immediately dispersed. In front of a remote wooden house on the island, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, looked up, and smiled slightly. The scenery here was quite good, facing the sea with Sunrise Island behind. At this time, the sun was setting, and the afterglow of the sun illuminated Sunrise Island, making it a good place to recuperate and heal. A few weaker cultivators were standing guard outside the wooden house, but when they saw Yang Kai appear, they were all stunned for a moment, but immediately after, as if they had received some kind of order, all of them pushed their Saint Chi fiercely, summoned their artifacts, and rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned as he noticed that something was wrong with their situation, but he did not immediately kill them and instead stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. The heaven and earth spirit Chi automatically turned into firm ropes, binding these martial artists with low strength, making them unable to move. The faces of these several cultivators suddenly turned ashen as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. Since I'm already here, you won't be able to hide, so why don't you just show yourself? There's no point in hiding, right? Yang Kai shouted in the direction of the wooden house, standing in place with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. That power made him tremble with fear. After fiddling with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the soul-splitting saber and the bracelet. He did not have time to refine these two things for the time being. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura flying over from the center of the island, quickly approaching him. Obviously, the elders of Sunrise Island had noticed the world energy fluctuations just now and had come to investigate. Yang Kai did not leave immediately and instead stood in place, waiting thoughtfully. A moment later, a burly man suddenly descended from the sky. He was over 4 meters tall and had a wide nose and mouth, giving him an oppressive majesty that made anyone who stood next to him tremble in fear. This man had a long scar on his face that stretched from the tip of his brow to his chin, making him look even more terrifying. After the man arrived, he saw the blood on the ground at a glance and could not help but fly into a rage, shouting, "Where did this bastard come from? How dare you act so presumptuously on Sunrise Island?" Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai without giving him a chance to explain. This man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, no weaker than Qian Tong and Fei Zhi Tu in the past. His huge body and huge palm contained infinite power, causing the air around him to crack. Even a cultivator in the same realm would have at least a dozen broken bones if they were hit by this palm. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat displeased that the other party had attacked him without asking for a reason, he remembered that he was also an uninvited guest, so he didn't care too much. He just casually waved his hand and the sturdy man was sent flying by an invisible force. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Soon after, he landed lightly on the ground, no longer looking down on Yang Kai. He also discovered that Yang Kai had no intention of harming him, otherwise, how could he have landed so calmly? With the means Yang Kai had just shown, he could have killed him in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, the man took a deep breath and no longer dared to act arrogantly, shouting, "Who is your excellency? State your name." Yang Kai grinned, cupped his fists, and said, "High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai." High Heaven Sect. The man thought for a moment before his body shook and he exclaimed, "Your sect master Yang Kai of High Heaven Sect?" Although he lived in the Internal Sea, the man had obviously heard of High Heaven Sect and Yang Kai. However, he never expected that this High Heaven sect master would be so strong. "This friend is?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The man frowned but still answered truthfully, "Sunrise Island's Island Master, Pang Zhen." "So it is Island Master Pang, a pleasure to meet you." Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted. Pang Zhen's expression changed as he recovered from his initial shock. Although he knew he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he could not lose his backbone and the prestige of Sea Temple, so he quickly said, "Although Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, my Sea Temple has nothing to do with High Heaven Sect. Sect Master Yang can't just casually kill someone on my Sea Temple's island, right?" This Pang would like to ask why this is so. As the master of an island, he naturally had to protect the safety of the martial artists on the island. Pang Zhen could not pretend that he did not see a person die on the island for no apparent reason. Otherwise, if word got out, it would damage his reputation. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Island Master Pang, please forgive this Yang. This Yang did not kill him for no reason, but he had no choice but to die." To tell Island Master Pang the truth, this Yang set out to see this time to find him. "Can Sect Master Yang explain?" Seeing Yang Kai act so politely, Pang Zhen's expression eased greatly. "Naturally." Yang Kai smiled faintly and explained the reason behind it. Pang Zhen listened in shock, unable to believe what Yang Kai said was true. He thought Yang Kai was just making up an excuse. Knowing that he had doubts, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Island Master Pang will understand after looking at these things." Saying so, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of the cultivator he had previously imprisoned. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Qian Tong's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong had such intentions, even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said. "Please speak, Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I would like to meet with the temple masters of your ocean palace," Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is?" Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. "A good thing." Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland." Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay, otherwise, after killing the Insect Emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate, but now, Yang Kai had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tong Xian realm with him. Every month, they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation, after the war with corpse spirit religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Yang Kai had taken a fancy to the difference in material output between the uncharted ocean and the inland. If he could really achieve this, not only would he be able to relieve some of his current worries, but he would also no longer need to worry about a lack of cultivation materials in the future. All he needed to do was resell these materials and he could quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. Although he was now the master of Shadowed Star and could freely travel to any place he wished, even forcing Sea Temple to submit by force, Yang Kai did not want to do so. He would rather have the inland and the deep sea interact with each other and mutually benefit each other. Standing at the height of Shadowed Star's master, he sometimes needed to consider the entire Shadowed Star. Hearing this proposal, Pang Zhen's eyes lit up, but he soon frowned and said, "Sect Master Yang is not the first person to want to do this. Someone from my Sea Temple has also proposed such a thing, but due to the difficulty in transporting some special materials and the inconvenience of traveling back and forth, the matter was left unsettled. Although there are now some trade exchanges between the uncharted ocean and the inland, these are limited to the few coastal cities." Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Yang Kai knew that it was not that Sea Temple's people were not interested in the inland materials, but rather that it was simply too troublesome and would take too long. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have even considered this matter. The most important thing was that they did not have a fixed trading partner. With Sea Temple's huge force, only a few sects on the inland continent were qualified to stand on equal footing with it, while the other great forces could only look up to it. None of these great forces had any intention of trading with Sea Temple, so Sea Temple itself was in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, "What if I can solve these problems?" Pang Zhen's expression brightened. "Can Sect Master Yang really do this?" Yang Kai nodded with a serious expression. Pang Zhen laughed and said, "If Sect Master Yang can do this, then this matter can be discussed. However, I cannot decide on this matter and can only report it to the several temple masters and let them decide. This Yang has long heard of Sea Temple's great name. The several temple masters are wise and will not refuse such a good thing." Yang Kai chuckled. Pang Zhen was in a good mood and raised his glass. "Then I wish this matter a success. When the time comes, this Pang will likely have to ask Sect Master Yang to take good care of him. If this matter really came to fruition, Pang Zhen would undoubtedly take the credit for it. This was a win-win situation for him, and he might even be able to use this opportunity to raise his status in Sea Temple. As such, his attitude towards Yang Kai became more and more amiable, treating him as an honored guest. Deep into the night, the banquet ended and Kai Yang was arranged to rest in a luxurious room. There were several beautiful young girls who served him at his beck and call. Yang Kai sent them out, each of these young girls looking at him with resentful eyes, causing Yang Kai to feel quite guilty. Yang Kai thought that the matter he proposed would also be of great benefit to Sea Temple, so Sea Temple should be quite enthusiastic, but to his surprise, after waiting for 3 days on Sunrise Island, not a single Sea Temple master came to negotiate with him. This made Yang Kai feel somewhat confused. Logically speaking, although Sea Temple was a huge force, there were space arrays between each island, so if Sea Temple's headquarters really attached enough importance to this matter, they could have rushed to Sunrise Island in half a day. Delaying for 3 days could only mean that the other party did not have enough confidence in his ability or were not enthusiastic about this matter. Yang Kai was not in a hurry though. Once he set his mind on something, no matter what others said, it was useless. Now, he was certain that the person he was looking for was on Sunrise Island. Shang Ao being so rude and unreasonable angered Pang Zhen greatly and he sneered coldly, "This island master doesn't know who you're talking about, and even if he did, this island master wouldn't hand her over to you." Pang Zhen was a third-order origin returning realm master, an island master. Shang Ao had come here to cause trouble for no reason and even dared to threaten him, so he naturally wouldn't back down. "Good, since you said so, don't blame this general for being ruthless." Shang Ao's face became fierce and just as he was about to begin a slaughter, the scantily clad woman beside him suddenly pulled him back. "Wait a moment." Although Shang Ao's expression was unpleasant, he didn't refute her words and instead stood mid-air with an angry look on his face as he squinted towards the people below, his eyes filled with contempt. He seemed to look down on everyone, even Pang Zhen, but when he saw Yang Kai, his eyes narrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Yang Kai, who had a harmless smile on his face, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This caused Shang Ao to take a few more glances at Yang Kai. The Sea Race Masters did not say a word and quickly retreated, only Shang Ao glanced at Pang Zhen unwillingly before leaving, as if he couldn't wait to have a big fight to vent the bitterness in his heart. After the Sea Race Masters retreated 1,000 kilometers away, Pang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. The other leaders of Sunrise Island also looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Don't be fooled by their tough attitude just now. In fact, everyone's hearts were in their throats. With Sunrise Island's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for them to resist the elites led by the two Sea Clan great commanders. Fortunately, in the end, the matter was resolved perfectly and no real battle broke out. Island Master, who from the Sea race went missing? Why are both Shang Ao and Qian Mo so nervous? Someone asked from the side. Pang Zhen winked at this person but did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, Sect Master Yang, this Pang has just received news that the people from the Sea Race's headquarters will arrive on Sunrise Island in 3 days. I hope Sect Master Yang can be patient and stay on Sunrise Island for a few more days. Yang Kai smiled lightly. This Yang will naturally accept Island Master Pang's hospitality, but your Sea Race doesn't seem too interested in this Yang's proposal. Pang Zhen opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. From his point of view, Sea Temple had indeed been somewhat negligent, so he could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to embarrass him and simply said a few words before taking his leave and returning to the place Pang Zhen had arranged for him. Since Sea Temple was not enthusiastic about his proposal, Yang Kai would not ask them for help and instead turned his attention to the Sea Clan. Pang Zhen also said that the Sea Clan had a natural advantage and could mine far more cultivation resources than Sea Temple. If the Sea Clan could reach a cooperative relationship with High Heaven Sect, their future would be much brighter than if they cooperated with Sea Temple. However, if he wanted to cooperate with the Sea Clan, it would be very difficult. Unless he directly used force to subdue them, there was probably no possibility of success. Late at night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared thoughtfully in a certain direction. Just now, he noticed that Pang Zhen and some of the masters from Sunrise Island had left the island, but he didn't know what they were going to do. However, Yang Kai guessed that they were looking for the missing important figure from the Sea Clan. For Shang Ao and Qian Mo to attach so much importance to this person, their status was definitely not low. If Pang Zhen could find them, it would undoubtedly be a great merit. At that time, whether it was using them to negotiate with Sea God Palace or to exchange for some supplies, it would be a simple matter. From what Yang Kai could perceive, the masters from the Sea Clan had not gone too far from Sunrise Island, only moving about 30,000 kilometers away. They seemed to be certain that their clansmen had gone missing near Sunrise Island, so they were only searching within this area. Yang Kai watched with interest and secretly wondered what kind of scene it would be if the two sides met. However, this idea was obviously superfluous. Whether it was the cultivator from Sunrise Island or the cultivator from the Sea Clan, both sides were trying their best to avoid interfering with each other. Suddenly, an aura suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's perception. Before he could figure out what was going on, another aura disappeared, followed by a third, a fourth. In just a short time, the auras of more than a dozen creatures had mysteriously disappeared. This wasn't the annihilation of death, but the complete disappearance of one's soul. Yang Kai was stunned. Stay here for a while and you will know what kind of place Serene Soul Island is. He smiled happily. The faces of the human race and Sea Clan masters were ugly. Yang Kai frowned slightly as his expression changed a few times before he quickly made a decision. He did not intend to be manipulated by this thin man. Whether or not this place was Serene Soul Island, he had to take the initiative in his own hands. Thinking so, he made a feint and directly escaped from the battle, quickly running away. This action finally caused the thin man to notice Yang Kai's existence, causing his face to sink as he coldly snorted, "You don't know what's good for you, go kill him." Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly annoyed him, so his last sentence was directed at his two subordinates. Receiving the order, the two of them quickly chased after Yang Kai. The Sea clan masters did not recognize Yang Kai and only thought that he was a disciple of Sea Palace, so they only glanced at Yang Kai's back and did not pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Pang Zhen was stunned, wondering why Yang Kai would appear here. But now that he could not even protect himself, he did not have the spare time to think about Yang Kai, so he just stood there with a pale face. How could such a small Yang Kai beat such a big sea beast? The size of the two was simply on the same level. However, it obviously didn't think much about this issue. Instead, it looked at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes, and made a sound of joy from its mouth. It then swam in front of Yang Kai and used its head to nudge Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, not quite understanding what it wanted to do. The little dolphin continued to nudge. After a long time, Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed to the back of the little dolphin and asked, "You want me to go up?" The little dolphin nodded vigorously. Yang Kai's expression was strange. Looking at its 3 feet long body, he hesitated and said, "That's not very good. Aren't you a little too small?" He was afraid that the little dolphin couldn't carry him. The little dolphin didn't allow him to say anything and dove into the sea. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that he was being lifted up by something and was slowly rising. After a while, half of the little dolphin's body came out of the water. It cried out happily as it swam forward quickly. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, it was fast and steady. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "I have underestimated you." The little dolphin's swimming speed in the sea was more than 10 times faster than his. When it moved forward, the sea seemed to take the initiative to part to both sides, without adding any resistance to it. The little dolphin looked back proudly and glanced at Yang Kai with a look that said, "Praise me more." Yang Kai laughed and stood on the little dolphin with peace of mind, letting it fly forward with him. He didn't know what kind of creature this dolphin-like little thing was. Judging from its cowardly behavior just now, it would be very difficult for it to survive in such an environment. However, it was able to understand his words, which meant that its intelligence wasn't low. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to a 7 or 8-year-old child. However, with the little dolphin as a ride, Yang Kai felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to soak in the sea all day. As for why it was so intimate with him and even asked him to sit on it, it must know that without his protection, it would be difficult to survive here. This was also a kind of cooperation, a win-win situation. Yang Kai thought that the little dolphin wouldn't be of much use except as a ride, but soon he found that he was wrong. He was very wrong. This little thing swam freely in the sea, seemingly without any order or purpose, but it could always bring Yang Kai to some sea lotuses scattered in the deep sea. Yang Kai initially thought that it was just luck, but 2 days later, he found that this was the little dolphin's ability. It seemed to be able to accurately find the location of the sea lotuses from thousands of miles away. Yang Kai had a great harvest. The punch was silent and seemed to be light and powerless, but Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, he let out a long roar, leapt into the air, and met the incoming punch with a punch. The two fists collided without any fancy moves, and a force pattern visible to the naked eye swept through the air like a ripple. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. After a short while, a deafening sound rang out as a violent force erupted, directly distorting the surrounding space. Yang Kai was sent flying, and the cultivator of unknown origin was also unable to stabilize its body, somersaulting several times in the air before being sent flying back. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. "Boy, your good luck has come to an end." The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a five-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, Earth Sword Chi. The Earth Sword Chi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, a rare origin king-grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the Earth Sword Chi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Hong Long, the yellow energy shield was blasted apart and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Yang Kai turned his head to look at it and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Yang Kai naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. After a while, Yang Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yang Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yang Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated look. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right? Old Sir is wise." Yang Kai praised casually, "You are right, I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing," Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here, and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" the old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is Old Sir's residence." Yang Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yang Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yang Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Old Sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly, "A scoundrel." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island." The old man added. "Mingyu is the island master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old Sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island masters before?" The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise, secretly admiring his sharp thinking, and then proudly said, "The previous island master was this old master." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the disrespect." "Humph, you're just a stray dog." The old man laughed at himself and said, "Now, this old master can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. What's there to be disrespectful about? What's more, this old master was defeated by you. It was just a fluke." Yang Kai said modestly. The old man did not linger on this issue and stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Have you cultivated an extremely profound body-refining secret art?" Chapter 1706. A few days ago, when he was fighting with Yang Kai had suddenly used the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. With his eyesight, he had naturally noticed some clues. On Serene Soul Island, Saint Chi could not be used at all, so the only explanation for the 5-colored light was that it was a body-tempering secret art. The power cultivated from a body-tempering secret art was not in the scope of Saint Chi, so it was not restricted by Serene Soul Island. Yes. Yang Kai did not conceal anything. The old man's face suddenly flashed a fiery look. Body-tempering secret arts were relatively rare throughout the entire star territory, and profound body-tempering secret arts were even rarer. However, just because they were rare did not make body-tempering secret arts precious. Firstly, it was more difficult to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method. Even if it was an ordinary body-refining cultivation method, it would be difficult to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Secondly, a cultivator would not have so much energy to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method in their lifetime. A cultivator's standard of strength and survival was Saint Chi and spiritual energy, so even if many people knew the benefits of having a strong physical body, there was no way to cultivate a body-tempering secret art. But on Serene Soul Island, things were different. In this damned place, Saint Chi could not be used and spiritual energy was suppressed. Cultivating a body-tempering secret art was the best and brightest path for a cultivator. Over the countless years, countless cultivator had wandered to Serene Soul Island, so naturally, some body-tempering secret arts had also poured into Serene Soul Island. The old man had also cultivated one, but it was an extremely ordinary secret art, completely different from Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering secret art. The reason why the 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering secret art was so powerful was not because of the secret art itself, but because of the materials required to cultivate it. The old man knew that if he could obtain Yang Kai's body-tempering secret art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. So when he heard that Yang Kai had a profound body-tempering secret art, his eyes became fiery. As a master with great strength, he knew that secret arts could not be obtained casually, so the old man could only suppress the desire in his heart. Let me introduce myself. I am Sha Hu. When he said this, there was a sense of pride in his voice, as if Yang Kai should have heard of this name. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Yang Kai just lightly cupped his fists. So it's Mr. Sha, I'm Yang Kai. Sha Hu frowned and asked tentatively, have you never heard of this old master's name? Yang Kai chuckled. Mr. Sha, are you from the deep sea? Sha Hu nodded and asked, are you from the mainland? Not bad. Sha Hu understood. On Shadowed Star, deep sea and inland cultivators belonged to 2 different systems. Although they were not completely isolated from each other, it was rare for them to set foot in each other's territory. It was not strange that people from the inland did not know the names of the powerhouses in the deep sea. After learning this, Sha Hu's expression relaxed slightly and he chuckled, this old master has been here for more than 300 years. Back then, this old master was the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple. How is Sea Temple doing now? Old Sir is the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be stunned. I won't hide it from Old Sir, I came from the vicinity of Sea Temple's Sunrise Island. Sea Temple is now a very powerful force in the deep sea and can be considered the strongest among the human race, enough to compete with Sea God Palace. Sha Hu listened quietly. Feeling relieved, Sha Hu said, that group of brats seems to have some skill. Boy, do you have some kind of friendship with Sea Temple? How did you end up at Sunrise Island? I just happened to pass by, but we don't have any friendship, Yang Kai chuckled. Perhaps because he had inquired about his relationship with Sea Temple, Sha Hu's expression relaxed a lot. Seeing that Yang Kai was not as aggressive as most young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the awkwardness of their previous battle and began chatting. Yang Kai wanted to know about the situation on Serene Soul Island. Sha Hu, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about the current situation of Sea Temple, so with one asking and the other answering, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After a long time, both of them obtained the information they wanted. Yang Kai frowned. This Serene Soul Island was a strange place, an independent, enclosed space. No one could find a way out. Even Sha Hu, as the island master of Serene Soul Island, could not leave this place. Ming Yu, on the other hand, was originally a vice island master under Sha Hu and was not much weaker than him. But one day, Ming Yu's strength suddenly soared and he competed with Sha Hu for power. As a result, Sha Hu was naturally defeated and had no choice but to flee Serene Soul Island and hide on this small island. Calculating the time, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Sha Hu had endured humiliation, hoping that one day he could return to Serene Soul Island and take revenge. Unfortunately, his strength seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck and he could no longer continue to improve, so he could only stay here. Fortunately, this place was very far from Serene Soul Island and most people would not be able to reach it. When Sha Hu fled here in the past, he had only narrowly escaped death. Yang Kai was the only intelligent life form he had seen in the past 100 years. As for how big this independent space on Serene Soul Island was, even Jianghu could not say. He had once left this island to explore, but the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became, to the point where even he was no match for them, so he had no choice but to retreat. Is there really no way to leave Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Perhaps there is, but this old master cannot find it. Jianghu shook his head. At the very least, it cannot be found here. What senior means is, Jianghu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, this is just this old master's guess. Whether it is correct or not, this old master is not sure. Senior, please speak. If there is a way out here, Serene Soul Island is the only clue. There is a very strange place there that this old master wanted to investigate but was unable to enter, Jianghu said unhurriedly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Jianghu smiled. If the two of us join forces, we may be able to see Serene Soul Island, but this is just a possibility. Mingyu was stronger than I was back then, and now that 100 years have passed, I do not know how strong he has become. Perhaps we will just be walking right into his trap. Yang Kai did not comment. He did not care how strong Mingyu was. In his battle with Jianghu, he had not used his full strength. What's more, he still had the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao as his trump card. In terms of pure strength, who in the world could be stronger than Xiao Xiao? As long as Xiao Xiao took action, no one on Serene Soul Island could be its opponent. Yang Kai was considering the authenticity of Jianghu's words. Although this old man had a good temper, Yang Kai did not know what he was trying to achieve with his help. If Yang Kai were to fall into his trap, the gains would not make up for the losses. Yang Kai would rather measure the heart of a gentleman with his own narrow-mindedness than regret it later. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Jianghu promptly changed the topic. Were you studying Shadowed Heaven Lotuses and Shadowed Heaven Pills just now? Yang Kai recovered from his contemplation. Nodding, he said, these things are a specialty of Serene Soul Island, right? Indeed. Shadowed Heaven Lotuses cannot be found in the outside world and can only be produced on Serene Soul Island. The cultivator who has fallen here uses Shadowed Heaven Pills to enhance their strength. Unfortunately, this old master does not know alchemy, so Shadowed Heaven Lotuses cannot provide him with any help. Otherwise, do you think this old master would have left so many Shadowed Heaven Lotuses in the lake? Speaking of this, Jianghu had a pained expression on his face. 1,000 Shadowed Heaven Lotuses. On Serene Soul Island, there were thousands of cultivator, and even after several years of searching, they might not be able to find so many. But now, they had all entered Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai suddenly asked, does Old Man Sha have a Shadowed Heaven pill recipe? Of course. Jianghu chuckled. Proudly saying, this old master was once the island master of Serene Soul Island, something like a pill recipe. As he spoke, Jianghu's eyes lit up as he pointed to Yang Kai and asked in a trembling voice, are you an alchemist? If Yang Kai was not an alchemist, there would be no need for him to ask about a pill recipe. Jianghu stared at Yang Kai with a scorching look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an amazing treasure. Yang Kai chuckled, kind of. Are you really an alchemist? Jianghu stood up directly. Yang Kai nodded again. Jianghu froze for a moment before laughing, the heavens have not forsaken me. The heavens have not forsaken me. Good, good, good. The reason why his strength had stagnated over the years was because he had no Shadowed Heaven pills. Directly taking Shadowed Heaven Lotus had no effect on him at all. Only by refining Shadowed Heaven Lotus into a pill could it display its proper effects. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was really an alchemist, Jianghu was so excited that he lost his composure. But soon, Jianghu frowned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Yang Kai was puzzled. A moment ago, Jianghu had been as happy as a child, but now he had become so desperate. The contrast was simply too great. Even if you are an alchemist, without earth fire, you can't perform alchemy. Xiaohu's face turned ashen as he sat down again. Serene Soul Island's alchemists are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid there are only 4 or 5 alchemists. These alchemists have varying levels of skill, but if they want to perform alchemy, they must rely on Serene Soul Island's earth fire. We don't have any here. I don't need earth fire. Yang Kai chuckled. Nonsense. Xiaohu sneered, which alchemist doesn't need earth fire to perform alchemy? Perhaps it is possible outside, but here, Saint Qi cannot be used, so one can only rely on earth fire. Ugh, as Xiaohu spoke, he was left speechless. Because he clearly felt a burning power spread from Yang Kai's body. This was not Saint Qi, but spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge. See? Xiaohu's face changed drastically. Yang Kai smiled innocently. Even in the outside world, he did not need to use Saint Qi to perform alchemy because he had always used his conflagrated knowledge. See? What's more, he had the Firebird. Since fusing with Brilliant Flame's sect's heavenly thunder fire, the Firebird had evolved into a complete sentience and could assume human form. She had also fused with Yang Kai's natal artifact, the alchemy furnace. She herself was the best earth fire. At the very least, Yang Kai could enter the sealed world bead to perform alchemy. The sealed world bead was also a self-contained world where Saint Qi was not restricted. With these various advantages, Yang Kai did not need to worry about alchemy at all. However, there was no need to expose these to Xiaohu. Yang Kai saw crystal clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by this little thing and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Yang Kai's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with shadowed heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Xiaohu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Yang Kai before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Xiaohu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. He no longer had the time to talk to Yang Kai and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the shadowed heaven pill. The shadowed heaven pill he refined was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the 2 dead people before. The shadowed heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island, this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Qi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine shadowed heaven pills and waste a large number of shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. The shadowed heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink shadowed heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of shadowed heaven pill had vastly different effects. Yang Kai did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Yang Kai felt that if he used golden lotuses, he should be able to refine Origin King grade Shadowed Heaven pills. The medicinal efficacy shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians, and cells, causing Yang Kai's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken a Shadowed Heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life-revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of Shadowed Heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an Origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pill were completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, Yang Kai took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Chi or spiritual energy, taking Shadowed Heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. A short time later, Jianghu stood in front of Yang Kai, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced over at Jianghu, and smiled. Old man Xia seems to have made a breakthrough. Jianghu looked at Yang Kai gratefully and nodded. Good. After 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height, and this old master feels that there is still room for improvement, young boy. This old master will remember this kindness. Old man Xia is too polite, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai, how about you take a punch from this old master? Jianghu asked with a smile. In this damned place, he had no target to practice with. So he could only turn his attention to Yang Kai. Good, to his surprise, Yang Kai agreed. Jianghu did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch mid-air. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Jianghu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Jianghu was stunned. He shouted angrily, young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you? Old man Xia, feel free to use your full strength. Yang Kai responded indifferently. Jianghu's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Although he was very grateful to Yang Kai, being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Kai say so, steeling his heart, Jianghu really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out as Jianghu's fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter-tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Yang Kai simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Yang Kai's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Jianghu, on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Jianghu's expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing: while his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing, much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. How many Shadowed Heaven pills did you take? Jianghu hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question. 100 or so, Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Jianghu sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, can your body bear it? Over the past 3 days, he had only taken about 10 Shadowed Heaven pills. The Shadowed Heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique and meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 Shadowed Heaven pills in 3 days was already Shahu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. Why can't I bear it? Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the Shadowed Heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single Shadowed Heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Shahu stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster." He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, now he no longer had such confidence. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. It's really good to have a good body-tempering secret art. Shahu secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 Shadowed Heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body-tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Shahu did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Shahu would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Shahu secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then as the island master, he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pang Zhen, Qianma, and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now, the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good, good, good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered, "You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day, I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes, hee hee." At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, "Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us." "Is that so?" The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, "When collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. All of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it is time for you to gain some experience. Except for Qian Mo, everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me." Although they could do it, they definitely couldn't do it as well as this person, and couldn't do it for too long. But this old man who came. He looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Other than the slightly loud sound, there was no sign of fatigue on his body, nor was there any sign of exhaustion. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could keep walking like this. How strong did one's physical strength have to be able to walk like this for such a long time? In the entire Serene Soul Island, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. There was another person beside the old man. He looked younger and was a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, and he looked much more relaxed than the old man. He did not seem to be moving at all, but he was able to keep up with the old man without falling behind at all. When he got a little closer, the pointy-mouthed man realized that there was a sea beast under the young man's butt, carrying him forward. This. The pointy-mouthed man was stunned. It wasn't that the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had never tried to tame a sea beast, but even the island master had never succeeded. The sea beasts that lived in the coastal territory of Serene Soul Island, no matter how strong they were all stubborn and would rather die than submit. That was why the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had to give up after many attempts. But now, someone was sitting on the back of a sea beast. This shocked the pointy-mouthed man even more than the old man walking on the sea. The commotion caused by the old man and the young man naturally alarmed Pangzhen, Qian Mo, and the others. "Oh, he is." Pangzhen looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Qian Mo, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai's buttocks with her beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Leaping out of the sea, she quickly approached Yang Kai. She couldn't walk as leisurely as the old man, nor could she maintain this pace for too long. She could only rely on a spurt of energy, and when that energy ran out, Qian Mo could no longer move forward. However, she still approached Yang Kai crazily and excitedly, her pretty face filled with a smile of reunion. "Old Sha, do you know this woman?" Yang Kai, sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned to look at Sha Hu and asked curiously. Sha Hu laughed, "This old master hasn't left the mountain for 100 years, how could I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to find you?" "Find me?" Yang Kai smiled, "That shouldn't be the case, she is a commander of Sea God Palace, I have nothing to do with her. Why does it seem like she really is here to find me?" As the distance between them narrowed, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. This woman named Qian Mo was really rushing towards him, waving her hand as she approached him, as if she was very familiar with him. Yang Kai scratched his head, puzzled, but since he couldn't respond rashly, he could only wait and see what would happen. The little dolphin under his buttocks suddenly let out a happy and aggrieved cry and accelerated towards Qian Mo. A moment later, Qian Mo arrived in front of Yang Kai. She didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all and instead approached the little dolphin, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She called out in a trembling voice, "Princess! Princess!" Kai Yang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept crying out excitedly and circled around Qianma. Finally, it plunged into Qianma's arms like a child who had seen its mother. It was acting like a spoiled child. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that Qianma's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the little dolphin's head, revealing a deep ravine and a large expanse of white skin. Xianghu stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, glancing at Qianma and the little dolphin before nodding. So that's how it is, it turns out to be a member of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. No wonder this old master felt something was wrong. Yang Kai felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Qianmo had called the little dolphin princess and Xianghu had said that the little dolphin was from the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. Yang Kai immediately realized that the little dolphin he had accidentally bumped into had a great background. Obviously, this little dolphin was a member of the Sea clan's royal family and was the Sea clan's princess that Qianmo and Xiangao were looking for. For this reason, the two Sea clan commanders had gone to Sunrise Island to make a scene. It seems that Qianmo and Xiangao were not lying. The Sea clan's princess had indeed disappeared near Sunrise Island, but rather than being abducted by Sea Temple's people, she had broken into Serene Soul Island. Then, she was accidentally discovered. After finding the Sea clan's princess, Qianmo relaxed, not even caring about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to act affectionately with her for a while before suddenly raising her head and glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. "You despicable human, what did you do to my princess? Daring to ride on her royal highness's back, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Yang Kai looked down at her and chuckled, "What can I do to it?" He did not become angry because of Qianmo's attitude. The little dolphin's status was supreme among the Sea clan, so it was only natural that Qianmo would be so angry. "Why haven't you come down yet?" Qianmo angrily rebuked. Yang Kai curled his lips, "If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down." "Little guy, tell me, do you want me to come down?" These last words were directed at the little dolphin, and under Qianmo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai even reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Qianmo's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although the princess was still young and could not assume human form, she was sacred and inviolable among the Sea clan. Any Sea clan member who saw her would have to respectfully salute her, but now, a despicable human was actually riding on her and even shamelessly patting her head. What angered Qianmo the most was that the princess seemed to be enjoying herself, spitting out a few bubbles from her mouth and wagging her tail happily. "Look." Yang Kai spread his hands, "I didn't force it." Qianmo took a deep breath and puffed out her full breasts, feeling the urge to punch Yang Kai to death. The little dolphin's mouth made a strange sound and Qianmo listened attentively. After a long time, her expression relaxed slightly, but she still glared at Yang Kai with hatred. "I don't know what kind of scheme you used to make the princess rely on you so much, but this matter isn't over yet, remember this." Yang Kai just shrugged and ignored her meaningless words. At this time, Pangzhen also swam to Yang Kai's side and cupped his fists. "Sect Master Yang. Island Master Pang, it's a small world." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Pangzhen lowered his head and looked at his own state, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely changed the topic and asked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? The people on that boat aren't from Sea Temple or Sea God Palace, right?" What's more, Yang Kai still had some ideas about Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Xianghu heard this and grinned, bullied. "That's easy." As soon as his voice fell, Xianghu suddenly turned around and threw out a punch towards the sharp-mouthed man and the others. His fist was about 5 meters away from the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. However, a fierce aura erupted from this fist and swept across the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. Peng peng peng, a series of muffled bangs rang out as the sharp-mouthed man and his companions didn't even have the chance to utter a sound before their bodies were blasted apart by Xianghu. their blood and flesh spraying across the sea. The sea immediately turned red. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others were stunned in place. The Serene Soul Island cultivators, which they couldn't resist at all, had been easily defeated by this old man. Just how strong was this old man? They couldn't even begin to imagine. Since arriving on Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others' perceptions of strength had been completely subverted. Here, there was a different standard to measure the strength of a cultivator on Star's territory, and that was physical strength. The only explanation for this scene was that the old man's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Sect Master Yang, this senior, what is his background? Pang Zhen asked weakly as Qian Mo also cast a concerned look towards him. Old Sha's real name is Sha Hu, don't you remember? Yang Kai looked at Pang Zhen with a smile. Sha Hu? Pang Zhen frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face, seemingly recalling something as he stared straight in the direction of Sha Hu. After a while, his eyes lit up as he cried out involuntarily, "My Sea Temple's previous second temple master? You're from Sea Temple?" Sha Hu looked at Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen couldn't care less about anything else and quickly rushed out of the sea, rushed to the ship, and knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, "Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Zhen greets Martial Uncle Sha." "So you're Sunrise Island's Island Master?" Sha Hu had heard Yang Kai mention Pang Zhen once before, but he didn't know who was the one. Hearing him introduce himself at this moment, Sha Hu understood and smiled gently, "Get up, there's no need to be so polite." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle." Pang Zhen was so excited that his face flushed red as he rubbed his hands and said, "Disciple has long admired Martial Uncle Sha's reputation but has never had the chance to meet him. I heard that Martial Uncle disappeared 300 years ago for no apparent reason, which was a matter of great regret. Disciple never imagined that he would be able to meet Martial Uncle on Serene Soul Island." Sha Hu laughed and said bluntly, "Good flattery." Pang Zhen's old face flushed red, but he didn't show any embarrassment, simply grinning happily as he pointed to the cultivator and said, "Martial Uncle, these are my Sea Temple's disciples." Sha Hu swept his eyes over the cultivator one by one before nodding lightly, "Good, good. After 300 years, this old master has finally seen his family. You can rest assured, with this old master here, no one can harm a single hair on your head." The several Sea Temple disciples all wore excited expressions, as if they had found a great backer, all of them ecstatic. A moment ago, their fate was uncertain and their future was bleak, but the next moment, the previous second temple master, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared in front of them and even killed several Serene Soul Island cultivators with a single punch, saving them from their current predicament and even declaring that he would protect them, so how could they not be happy? On the other hand, Qian Mo and the other sea race masters were a little disappointed. Fortunately, Pang Zhen had not forgotten them. During this time, the Sea Temple disciples and Sea God Palace had always supported each other. Now that Sea Temple had a great backer, they no longer had to worry about being bullied, so Pang Zhen naturally had to introduce Qian Mo and the others to him. Immediately, Pang Zhen pointed to Qian Mo and said, "Martial Uncle Sha, this is Commander Qian Mo of Sea God Palace. She was sent to Serene Soul Island with Martial Nephew and has received a lot of help from them over the past few days." Pang Zhen's words were not to flatter Qian Mo and the others, but to tell the truth. The main reason was that the sea race was naturally stronger than the human race in terms of physical fitness. From the fact that Shang Ao was able to contend with several Serene Soul Island cultivators at the beginning, it could be seen that the sea race was better at tempering their bodies than the human race. Sha Hu nodded noncommittally. He was willing to ensure the safety of Pang Zhen and the others because they were of the same origin, but Sha Hu did not have a good impression of the sea race. When he was the second temple master of Sea Temple, he had dealt with this arrogant race many times and his hands were stained with the blood of many sea race cultivators. Sha Hu didn't want to care about the life and death of the sea race cultivators, but after seeing the little dolphin under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled and said, in that case, let's go together. Let's put aside the grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace for the time being. If we have a chance to leave Serene Soul Island, we can talk about other things. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sha. Pang Zhen couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Sha Hu would attack Qian Mo and the others. If such a thing really happened, he would definitely be accused of treachery and it would become a heart demon for Pang Zhen's future cultivation. Fortunately, Sha Hu was a reasonable person, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about this. Qian Mo's expression was slightly complicated as she also thanked Sha Hu. The sea race and human race cultivators who had fallen into the water quickly boarded the ship again. Under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the crowd and board the ship, allowing the little dolphin to swim alone behind the ship. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued to sit on the back of the sea race's princess, Qian Mo would definitely fight him to the death. However, he still couldn't believe that the little dolphin who only knew how to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was actually the sea race's princess. It could only be said that this was a bit too dramatic. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Mo took the initiative to explain, since Her Highness was born, it has only been 5 years since she was born. According to your human race's calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and is unable to transform into a human. Moreover, she is naturally playful. This time, she secretly snuck out of Sea God Palace but unexpectedly ended up on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai nodded. In short, this general must thank you for bringing back Her Highness for my sea race, Qian Mo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Qian Mo's expression became cold again, but the matter of you insulting Her Highness is not over. This general will remember this and sooner or later will make you pay the price. As you wish. Yang Kai didn't comment. On the other side, Pang Zhen was also asking Sha Hu about their next itinerary. Now that they had escaped the control of Serene Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to return to that damned place where they could only endure humiliation. But when he learned from Sha Hu that their destination was actually Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen suddenly fell silent. Are you afraid? Sha Hu turned to look at Pang Zhen with a light smile on his face. Pang Zhen shook his head solemnly. Disciple is not afraid, it's just that the strength Disciple and the others can display is too weak to provide Martial Uncle with much help. However, since Martial Uncle has made a decision, Disciple will naturally obey. Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of Serene Soul Island's flesh. Chapter 17:12. Sha Hu laughed and waved his hand. There's no need for you, you haven't used shadowed heaven pills to quench your bodies, so you'll only die if you go. This time, Yang Kai and I will go. You, just hide in the distance and watch the show. Sect Master Yang. Pang Zhen glanced suspiciously towards the stern where Yang Kai was and whispered, Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. Disciple has fought with him before and was not his opponent, but he has only recently arrived on Serene Soul Island. How can he help Martial Uncle? He had no doubt about Yang Kai's strength, but that was on the limitless ocean after all. It could be seen from his and Qian Mo's situation that a powerful cultivator in the outside world would not necessarily be as powerful here. As long as a cultivator had lived on Serene Soul Island for a few years, they could easily crush them. So when he heard Sha Hu say that he would only bring Yang Kai, Pang Zhen was a little worried. Sha Hu, however, just smiled bitterly. What do you know? Even this old man is no match for him, so do you think he can help? Huh? Pang Zhen's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with shock, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Glancing back at Yang Kai standing at the stern, Pang Zhen found that Yang Kai was smiling innocently at him and couldn't help shivering. There's no need to doubt it, this little brat is indeed stronger than this old master. A month ago, I exchanged a few moves with him and was repelled by a single palm strike, but now. Xiaohu didn't continue, but Pang Zhen understood what he meant. Xiaohu's meaning was obvious. A month ago, he had been repelled by Yang Kai with a single palm strike, and now he was even worse off. Pang Zhen became even more shocked. Everyone had fallen on Serene Soul Island together, and over the past 2 or 3 months, their strength had not grown at all. They had been ordered around by the cultivator on Serene Soul Island, doing meaningless things, but Yang Kai was able to defeat his martial uncle Sha, who had lived here for 300 years. Was this little brat a monster? The ship was not big, but it sailed smoothly on the sea. The little dolphin pushed him from behind from time to time, but its speed was not slow. In less than 5 days, the Serene Soul Island could be seen in the distance. Just wait here. Wait for this old man to finish his business. Then I'll bring you guys up. Xiaohu ordered before tossing a bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills to Pang Zhen. Everyone, take one and refine them. Pang Zhen took it and was overjoyed. He had been coveting the Shadowed Heaven pills on Serene Soul Island for a long time. He also knew that the reason the cultivator on Serene Soul Island was stronger than him was because of this pill. Unfortunately, he never had the means to obtain it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Serene Soul Island before they were qualified to carry out missions and receive varying amounts of Shadowed Heaven pills from the island master. This process was going to be very long. Perhaps 80% of the people would die before they could wait until then due to some reason. And even if they did get it, the quantity would be very small, and the quality would be even lower. But now, Xiaohu had thrown him a bottle. Pang Zhen respectfully thanked him. Without delay, Xiaohu opened the bottle cap and distributed a pill to each of the Sea Temple's disciples. Qian Mo looked on enviously from the side, but just as she was feeling bitter and depressed, she suddenly noticed something flying towards her from the corner of her eye. Reaching out, she caught it in the palm of her hand. Looking up, she found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. Saying, "You can also share a pill with each of you." Qian Mo blinked and coldly snorted, "This general will return it to you in the future." It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time great emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of Shadowed Heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain Shadowed Heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivators wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious Shadowed Heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a Shadowed Heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured, and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea and had suffered heavy losses. The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators waiting to enter the city when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, 2 silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the 2 had covered a distance of 1,000 zhang did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the 2 figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there." Get lost! With an angry shout, the two figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the two who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these two people were doomed. Daring to challenge Ming Yu's authority in Serene Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Ming Yu, get out here for this old master." The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Ming Yu by her name in Spectre City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Xiaohu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Xiaohu stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kai Yang followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damned place. There were even some shops near the streets selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Xiaohu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around, and many cultivators were pointing at Yang Kai and Xiaohu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were eager to take action. Xiaohu ignored Zhouan and instead turned to the tallest building on the island and roared, "Ming Yu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight this old master will go up." As soon as these words fell, Xiaohu's figure leapt up more than 100 meters into the air, like a great peng spreading its wings as he approached the center of the island. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, angry shouts came from all around and at least a dozen cultivators wrapped in red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Xiaohu. The red light around these cultivators' body was a clear sign of their vitality, and from the intensity of this light, it was easy to infer their vitality. Some of the Serene Soul Island cultivators Yang Kai had encountered before were either too weak or had not used their full strength, so they did not show such signs. But at this moment, after learning Xiaohu's true identity, the dozen or so masters from Serene Soul Island no longer cared about hiding their strength and used their full strength. Xiaohu ignored the pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators and simply stared coldly forward, his eyes showing neither sadness nor joy, neither surprise nor fear, only a murderous intent. The dozen or so cultivators were overjoyed and each of them desperately pushed the strength in their bodies to send out a powerful attack towards Xiaohu. But before their attacks could reach him, a young man strangely appeared behind Xiaohu and quietly floated in the air, as if he was flying. Facing the fierce pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators, this young man still smiled lightly and waited until they were close enough before punching out with both fists. In the air, a series of fist images rained down like a violent storm, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the crimson light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Every one of them seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards amidst screams and cries of alarm. Among them, the bodies of several people even exploded in midair. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong, asterisk the remaining cultivators who were not dead smashed into the nearby houses, creating large holes in them one after another. Amidst the blood, there were bits and pieces of internal organs, many of them falling to the ground, their vitality fading. The thousands of onlookers were in an uproar as they stared at the young man who was still floating in the air, everyone's eyes filled with horror. The dozen or so people who had just attacked Sha who were all famous masters on Serene Soul Island. No one knew how strong they were in the outside world, but on Serene Soul Island, each one of them was strong enough to rank in the top 100. They were all capable subordinates of Mingyu. But in the face of this young man's attacks, more than a dozen of them had died or been injured, none of them able to get up. It could be said that they had all been wiped out. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Compared to this young man, Sha Hu's name was already known to many people. On Serene Soul Island, Zhouan was not the only one who recognized Sha Hu. Among the onlookers, many of them also remembered the island master, Sha Hu, from 100 years ago. One spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island knew what the situation was. The former island master had come to seek revenge on the current island master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime show, and no one wanted to miss it. However, the young man who had just displayed his invincible might was standing in front of them, so no one dared to chase after him. Those cultivators who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to act rashly either. The miserable state of the dozen or so cultivators were still vivid in their minds, and they could still hear the weak screams of pain echoing in their ears. As long as they did not want to die, they would not dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a smile, "Old Sha wants to challenge Mingyu. All of you should just watch from afar. If anyone dares to step forward, don't blame this Yang for being ruthless." Normally, when such an unknown young man said such words, no one would pay attention to him, but after he had repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, his words carried absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him. The onlookers simply stood in place and watched from a distance, wanting to know who was stronger between the former island master and the current island master. At the center of the island, a great battle had obviously broken out. Sha Hu's angry roar could be heard from far away, as if he was in the mood to kill. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, the concepts of strength triggered by the collision of fists and feet could be clearly transmitted. The sound of explosions and tremors in the air poured into everyone's ears, causing their blood to boil and fear to boil. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before drawing a line on the ground with his finger and then walking towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to cross the line and could only watch the shocking battle from afar. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could only endure the anxiety in their hearts. A distance of more than a dozen kilometers was crossed by Yang Kai in just a dozen breaths. At the foot of the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already a number of bloody corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by Sha Hu. There were also some other cultivators standing not far away, paying close attention with bewildered looks on their faces. They didn't dare to step forward and intervene at will. When Sha Hu first arrived here, he had killed several of them in a flash, establishing a fierce and peerless image. Unless these people wanted to die, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Sha Hu. Now, only Mingyu was fighting with Sha Hu alone. Yang Kai didn't put the spectating masters in his eyes and instead cast his gaze towards Mingyu. Mingyu was a scholarly middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, and in terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. However, his physical strength was countless times greater than Mou's. The dark red light around his body was extremely dense, demonstrating the tyrannical power of his vitality. Every movement he made was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Sha Hu's vitality was in no way inferior to Mingyu's. When Yang Kai arrived, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle that left huge craters in the ground one after another. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, and even the central building had a wall collapsed and was leaning to one side. Yang Kai watched for a moment and couldn't help raising his brow. Xiaohu regarded Mingyu as his greatest enemy, and every time he mentioned Mingyu, the hatred in his eyes was not without reason. Yang Kai was certain that 3 months ago, Xiaohu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Xiaohu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Xiaohu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills. He had refined himself and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious and it would be easier for them to recover. Yang Kai had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Xiaohu undoubtedly had the advantage. The battle here started quickly and ended quickly, so it didn't affect the battle between Mingyu and Xiaohu. However, after perceiving Yang Kai's strength, Mingyu obviously paid more attention to him. Xiaohu immediately seized this opportunity and began bombarding Mingyu with all his strength. The stalemate began to slowly tilt in Xiaohu's favor. Xiaohu's momentum grew stronger. The crimson light outside his body was even stronger than before, and with an irresistible momentum, it madly suppressed Mingyu. Mingyu's situation became more and more tense. The several cultivators who had been standing nearby watching the battle also turned pale. Even they could see that the battle was beginning to turn against Mingyu. Although the degree was very subtle, in the long run, Mingyu's disadvantage would only grow bigger and bigger, and he would eventually be defeated. Was Xiaohu really so strong? They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the strength of Mingyu and Xiaohu was absolutely evenly matched. At the beginning of the battle, even Yang Kai had not been able to predict the outcome of the battle, but now, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiaohu's victory was almost certain. Mingyu would not be able to reverse his decline. Indeed, as Yang Kai expected, as time passed, Mingyu's disadvantage grew bigger and bigger while Xiaohu became fiercer and fiercer. Out of 10 moves, 8 of them were on the offensive, while Mingyu could only passively defend, his momentum slowly being worn down. In the end, when Mingyu struck out with his palm and revealed an opening, Xiaohu took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Mingyu!" This roar seemed to be able to vent the anger he had accumulated over 100 years. Pushing his blood force madly, Xiaohu dodged Mingyu's blow and thrust his hand towards Mingyu's heart. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. A fierce grin appeared on Xiaohu's face. Mingyu, whose life was hanging by a thread, showed no signs of panic as he glanced indifferently at Xiaohu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling into a sarcastic smile as he said lightly, "Xiaohu, you will never know how strong this island master is." Xiaohu's heart clenched as he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of Saint Qi surged from Mingyu's body, causing his already tyrannical momentum to soar and a protective layer of Saint Qi to appear around his body, blocking Xiaohu's blow. The power of his shi suddenly burst out. Xiaohu felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to break free, his state of mind instantly affected by Mingyu's shi. Mingyu struck out with his palm and struck Xiaohu's chest. Asterisk wa, asterisk with a loud bang, Sha, who was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. After he staggered to the ground, the red light around his body had dimmed greatly and his face was extremely pale. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You'll be even more disappointed. Do you want to oppose this island master?" Ming Yu stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Not really, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Ming Yu frowned and sighed, "In that case, this island master will grant you death." Yang Kai laughed, "You don't have the ability." Old Sha was right about one thing. "What?" Ming Yu and Sha Hu asked at the same time. "It's impossible for you to break the world principles here," Yang Kai sneered. They knew that Serene Soul Island had undergone a great change. In a small valley near the center of Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai stepped inside. Since entering this place, the Star Emperor token in his hand, which originally belonged to Ming Yu, buzzed, as if it was trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The scenery in this valley was quite good, and there were a few cottages built around it. Yang Kai didn't know whose residence it was, but it was now empty. Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he felt that this valley was a little strange, he couldn't tell what it was based on his observation alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released the suppression on the Star Emperor token in his hand. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and as the Star Emperor token danced in the air, a series of dark holes suddenly appeared. These holes were filled with nothingness and chaos, and rich space force fluctuations pulsed from them. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Chapter 17:16. These holes were all similar to void cracks, and they had always existed here. It was just that no one had noticed them, and only Star Emperor tokens could activate them. The shapes of these holes were also similar to Star Emperor tokens. In the void, there were a total of 9 holes, each of which had some subtle and mysterious connections. These 9 token-shaped holes were connected from head to tail and formed an array that Yang Kai could not understand. 9 was an extreme number, and Yang Inflammation had once told Yang Kai that in her heyday, she had made a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens. If all 9 Star Emperor tokens could be collected, a shocking secret would be revealed. As for what this shocking secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. However, it was obviously related to the scene in front of him. Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he gradually connected the dots between what he had seen and heard in the past, but he was still unable to speculate on Yang Inflammation's intentions. Serene Soul Island was definitely related to Yang Inflammation, there was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would not be 9 token-shaped void cracks here, nor would there be a similar number of holes as the total number of Star Emperor tokens. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, the Star Emperor token flew into one of the holes, perfectly covering it, leaving no gap, as if the void crack had been filled by the Star Emperor token. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and summoned 4 more Star Emperor tokens into his palm. These 4 Star Emperor tokens were obtained by Yang Kai by chance over the past few dozen years after entering Star territory. One of them was given to him by Gue Zhu and was the only Star Emperor token that sealed the divine technique of the Great Emperors. However, during his battle with Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star, Yang Kai had unlocked the seal and used the power of the Star Emperor token to kill Luo Hai. Although the seal was gone, the Star Emperor token had been preserved. The second was obtained by Yang Kai when he first entered Lu Yen Sand Field for life experience. The third was originally Yi Shi Yun's, but it later fell into Yang Kai's hands. The fourth piece was obtained from the Star King Mountain's altar. Including the Star Emperor token he had obtained today, Kai Yang already had a total of 5 pieces in his hands. Of the remaining 4 pieces, Yang Kai only knew that Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had one, while the whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. After the 4 Star Emperor tokens were taken out, the same thing happened. They wanted to escape from Yang Kai's control, but Yang Kai remained calm and collected, allowing them to fly away. Unsurprisingly, after the 4 Star Emperor tokens arced through the air, they each embedded themselves into the void, filling up the holes that had been left behind. In the next moment, the 5 Star Emperor tokens bloomed with light and a mysterious power emerged from the Star Emperor tokens and enveloped Yang Kai. His Saint Chi, which had been dormant for a long time, burst like a dam. It rumbled and flowed through Yang Kai's flesh and meridians, emitting an astonishing power. After experiencing this long-awaited power, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt refreshed. By now, he had finally figured out what had happened. It was precisely because he had a Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to use his Saint Chi to take Xiaohu by surprise. Just like he was now. Yang Kai didn't know if Mingyu originally had a Star Emperor token or if he had accidentally discovered it here. Mingyu was dead, so there was no way to investigate this matter. Yang Kai stood in place like a javelin. Raising his eyes, he stared into the void with a deep gaze. His consciousness passed through the void and probed far into the distance. He could faintly sense that there was an even vaster world hidden behind this void. This world was far more wonderful than the star territory he was in, and there was an even more powerful cultivator there. An even more terrifying principal strength. Yang Kai's consciousness wandered and he was unable to wake up for a long time. He wanted to see what this world was like, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. All Yang Kai could vaguely feel was that his soul was constantly moving forward, as if there was no end to it. Outside the mountain pass, Xiaohu crossed his hands behind his back and looked forward quietly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had entered that place, but it had been a month since he entered. Serene Soul Island was now under his complete control, and all the cultivator who had targeted him in the past had been killed. The remaining cultivator had also pledged loyalty to him. Xiaohu had once again become the island master of Serene Soul Island. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and Shang Ao arrived together. Shang Ao had not died, he had just been imprisoned by Mingyu and had suffered some torture. Without taking Shadowed Heaven pills, Shang Ao was able to display extraordinary combat power, so it was easy to imagine how strong he would be if he had taken Shadowed Heaven pills. With such potential, Mingyu was naturally reluctant to kill him. His original intention was to imprison him for a period of time to temper his temperament and then find a way to subdue him, but in the end, that day had not come. After Mingyu's death, Shang Ao was rescued by Qian Mo. At this moment, as the 3 of them approached, at the entrance of the mountain pass, the stone mongoose carrying the heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder and the beautiful artifact spirit Lu Yen in human form stared at them vigilantly. The 3 of them were instantly locked onto by the divine senses of the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, and all of them went stiff, not daring to move. "Both of you, they mean no harm, there's no need to be nervous," Xiaohu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly cupped his fists. The stone mongoose rolled its eyes but remained unmoved, still leaning forward and maintaining an attacking posture. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was more intelligent and glanced at Xiaohu coldly before withdrawing her hostility. Xiaohu couldn't help sweating slightly. Thinking back, he was one of the top masters on the limitless ocean and had been trapped on Serene Soul Island for 300 years. Although he had not been able to use his Saint Chi, after tempering his body with Shadowed Heaven pills, Xiaohu believed he was no weaker than before. Even so, he was still no match for these 2 subordinates of Yang Kai. Needless to say, the stone mongoose was obviously a powerful monster. Without being able to use his Saint Chi, even 10 Xiaohu together might not be able to compete with it. On top of that, High Heaven Sect's headquarters is located inside the Flowing Flame sand field. It can be said to be an impregnable fortress that no one can breach. Xianghu was instantly stunned. He naturally knew about the Lu Yen sand field. It was one of Shadowed Star's restricted areas, one that no one could enter under normal circumstances, but High Heaven Sect had actually established its headquarters there. How did they accomplish this? Not only was Xianghu dumbfounded, but Qian Mo and Shang Ao were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Pangzhen tactfully did not say anything more as he could understand the shock in the hearts of Xianghu and the two Sea clan commanders. Which master on Shadowed Star had not been shocked when they heard this news? When this information was passed to the Deep Sea Temple was also completely shocked, and the several temple masters were unable to eat or sleep, fearing that Yang Kai's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws to the limitless ocean. But it turned out that Yang Kai had no such intentions, and after several years, the several temple masters of Sea Temple gradually calmed down. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was on Sunrise Island, he proposed to trade with Sea Temple. It was likely that the several temple masters did not understand Yang Kai's intentions, so they had not agreed. But in fact, Shadowed Soul Island was nothing more than a cage that trapped everyone here until they died. Now that such a piece of news had suddenly popped up, it was really hard to believe. It wasn't until Xianghu stepped forward to clarify and vouch for them that the Serene Soul Island cultivator believed the authenticity of this news. For a time, almost all of Serene Soul Island's cultivator mobilized and began to set off in groups to the surrounding sea territory in search of Shadowed Heaven lotuses, hoping to occupy a spot to leave. Serene Soul Island became an empty island in a very short time. Thousands of kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, in the sea territory, Yang Kai stood on the back of the little dolphin and set off forward. While the Serene Soul Island cultivator was searching for Shadowed Heaven lotuses, Yang Kai himself had not been idle. Shadowed Heaven lotuses were such good things that the more the better, so after Xianghu spread the news that day, Yang Kai left Serene Soul Island with the little dolphin and set off to the distant sea territory, relying on the little dolphin's instincts to search for precious Shadowed Heaven lotuses. Yang Kai's harvest was bountiful. The distant sea had always been a difficult place for Serene Soul Island cultivator to set foot in, so naturally, there were more Shadowed Heaven lotuses here than near the coast. After tempering his body with hundreds of origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills, Yang Kai's physique had become several times stronger than when he first entered Serene Soul Island. The sea beasts he used to think were powerful were now vulnerable in front of him. The further Yang Kai and the little dolphin traveled, the more abundant their harvest became. Estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai had the little dolphin return. When he returned to Serene Soul Island again, thousands of cultivators were already waiting for him. A month was not enough time for all the cultivators to harvest enough Shadowed Heaven lotuses. Some of them were unlucky and did not even see a single Shadowed Heaven lotus. At this moment, all of them looked uneasy, worried that Yang Kai would not take them with him when he left. After meeting with Xianghu and the others and learning about the situation, Yang Kai asked the cultivators of Sea Temple and Sea God Palace to help him collect the Shadowed Heaven lotuses. The cultivator who had a Shadowed Heaven lotus happily handed over his harvest this month before walking to the side and waiting for the moment to leave. It only took a day for the matter to be settled. The island's residents were divided into two groups, one group who had turned in their Shadowed Heaven lotuses and the other group who had not. The number of cultivators who had not turned in their Shadowed Heaven lotuses was not too many, only 700 to 800. Corpse spirit religion had basically been wiped out, and about half of the great forces on Shadowed Star's mainland were in a state of ruin. High Heaven sect, on the other hand, had become the symbol of Shadowed Star in the truest sense after this battle, becoming one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. If not for the fact that Qian Tong of Shadow Moon Hall was an Origin King Realm Master, this title could be removed. With an Origin King presiding over Shadow Moon Hall, it was indeed on equal footing with High Heaven sect. In addition, there were already many great forces and families on Shadowed Star who intended to form an alliance with High Heaven sect and follow its lead. Yi Shiyun took the initiative to agree. It could be said that the current High Heaven sect had already surpassed Star Emperor Mountain in terms of strength and prestige. The soul-splitting saber and the bracelet-like artifact were both Emperor artifacts. Like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the Sealed World Bead, and the 3 blazing flame rings, Yang Kai roughly understood the function of the soul-splitting saber. Its power was unfathomable, but unfortunately, the grade of this Emperor artifact was too high for Yang Kai to use, so he could only temporarily refine it and hope that one day he could use it. As for the bracelet-like artifact, Yang Kai was confused. He couldn't even figure out what it was used for. Insect enslavement bracelet? Yang Inflammation raised her brow and pointed out the name of this artifact. That thing is called the insect enslavement bracelet? Yang Kai was surprised. The artifacts on the insect emperor's hands are all famous, and needless to say, the soul-splitting saber. The insect enslavement bracelet is the foundation of his foothold. Oh. What's the use of this thing? Tell me about it. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The insect enslavement bracelet is very useful. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and smiled, not to mention that this artifact can naturally restrain exotic insects, it even has some deterrent effect on some smaller monster beast. Just the little creatures raised by the insect emperor inside the insect enslavement bracelet, once released, can easily destroy an entire star's territory. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he asked in amazement, "There are other things in the insect enslavement bracelet?" Yang Inflammation giggled, "Then where do you think the insect emperor is raising his little creatures? It's not like he's raising them on himself, right? The insect enslavement bracelet is where he keeps the exotic insects. The insect emperor has hundreds of extinct exotic insects in his hands. Each of them is extremely ferocious, and each of them has a different use. Back then, I suffered quite a bit from the insect enslavement bracelet." The more Yang Kai listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. "Are you interested?" Yang Inflammation teased. "To be honest, a little." Yang Kai gradually restrained his excitement, "But I still think that cultivation should be based on people. This kind of insect enslavement bracelet can only be used as a supplement. If I really spend my time on it, I'm afraid it will be a waste." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head, "There are 3,000 grand Daoists, and insect enslavement is one of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the insect emperor to achieve what he did back then. It can only be said that your Dao is different from the insect emperor's." "Different Dao?" Yang Kai pondered. Yang Inflammation chuckled, "It's still too early for you. You should break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible. After reaching the Origin King realm, you will be able to see more and further." "Above the Origin King realm, is there a higher realm?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Naturally there is. What about you?" Yang Kai stared at Yang Inflammation with scorching eyes. "I have already surpassed that realm." Yang Inflammation replied lightly. Yang Kai fell silent. From the information revealed by Yang Inflammation, it was not difficult for him to infer that there was indeed a higher realm above the Origin King realm. And above this higher realm, there were stronger existences, yang inflammation being one of them. Before he knew this information, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but after learning about it, he felt like he was standing at the bottom of a mountain, looking up at the towering mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the scenery in front of him. The road ahead was endless, and there was no peak in the martial Tao. Yang inflammation didn't speak anymore and instead observed Yang Kai's reaction. He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any blow because of this. Instead, after a moment of silence, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. His eyes, which were like burning flames, showed the drive deep in his heart. Yang inflammation pursed his lips and smiled, praising, "Your mentality is very good." Yang Kai nodded, "I've been cultivating for several dozen years now, climbing from the bottom step to the top step by step. Now, I can be considered to have some small achievements. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and obstacles, I can only continue climbing. Sooner or later, I will be able to stand as high as you and see as far as you." Yang Yen covered her red lips with her small hand as a smile appeared on her face. "Can I say you're worth teaching?" "Up to you." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and joked, "As long as you're not afraid of making yourself sound old." Yang inflammation couldn't help glaring at him. "By the way, can I use the insect enslavement bracelet now?" Yang Kai asked. "It's best if you don't." Yang inflammation said solemnly, "The exotic insects in the insect enslavement bracelet are extremely fierce. With your current cultivation, even if you release them, you won't be able to control them and will only suffer backlash. Have you ever seen the insect emperor use the insect enslavement bracelet to deal with you?" Yang Kai shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he only used 10,000 poison evil insects to control his subordinates and use them to seize someone else's body. "That's right, even the insect emperor didn't dare use them casually, let alone you. You should wait until you reach the Origin King realm." "All right." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In any case, he had many means to deal with his enemies now, so he didn't lack the help of the insect enslavement bracelet. Next, Yang Kai told Yang Inflammation about Serene Soul Island. Regarding Serene Soul Island, Yang Inflammation didn't deny that she had something to do with it and even told Yang Kai that Serene Soul Island was indeed sealed by her. However, Yang Inflammation didn't explain what was hidden inside. "I can only tell you that Serene Soul Island is a door. If you really want to open it, gather all the Star Emperor tokens and you'll naturally know when the time comes." After coming out from Yang Inflammation's place, Yang Kai went to Snow and Ice Peak. Snow and Ice Peak was one of the 72 auxiliary peaks of High Heaven Sect's 81 peaks. What was even rarer was that there was an ice attribute earth vein at the base of the peak, so within a few dozen kilometers of Snow and Ice Peak, the temperature was extremely low all year round. Occasionally, heavy snowflakes would fall, painting the entire mountain a silvery white color. This situation became even more obvious after Su Yan moved to Snow and Ice Peak. Since Su Yan became the peak master of Ice Snow Peak, the world energy aura of the entire Ice Snow Peak had become so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Chapter 1720. Just as Yang Kai had integrated his territory space force into Shi, Su Yan had also integrated her ice and snow domain into her Shi. Obviously, she had already grasped the mysteries of ice and snow and had comprehended the mysteries of Shi in her territory. Observing quietly for a while, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of stopping, so she should have reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand, and began drawing spirit lines in front of him. The spirit lines condensed from Saint Chi were arranged according to a certain pattern, gradually forming a complex spirit array. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a dissatisfied look on his face, stretched out his hand, brushed away the spirit array, and began drawing another one in the void. This spirit array was something he had just learned from Yang Yen. It was the foundation for constructing a space array. With this spirit array, coupled with some special materials, one could set up a space array for teleportation. Yang Kai had never dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays before. However, he had an advantage that others didn't have, that was, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so studying a single space array wasn't a big problem. What's more, he had Yang Yan's careful guidance. Time passed slowly, and Kai Yang became more and more immersed in his work. Yang Kai didn't know how many spirit arrays he had drawn, but it wasn't until a certain moment that he showed a satisfied look and poured his space force into the spirit array. With a soft buzzing sound, the formation lit up with an astonishing light, and the entire formation began to rotate at a strange speed. Traces of obvious space force fluctuations came from the spirit array. Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough, after mastering the Tao of space, studying this kind of spirit array would yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were some other spirit array, even if Yang Kai studied it systematically, he wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it in a short time. After mastering this foundation, all that was left was to use materials to build the framework of the spirit array, then integrate this foundation with the framework and add 2 more. Connecting the 2 space arrays would allow for long-distance teleportation. Yang Kai exhaled softly. Is this a space array? Su Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and found that at some point she had finished her cultivation and was now standing quietly beside him. She stared at the spinning formation in front of her and asked softly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and pulled Su Yan into his arms, asking softly, how's your cultivation going? Fortunately, I'll be able to cultivate my share to the great success realm soon. Su Yan leaned against Yang Kai, a satisfied look on her face as she exhaled, this is all thanks to the territory stones you gave me, junior brother. Without those things, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. We have a lot of territory stones. You don't have to be thrifty. Yang Kai smiled. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. Is there something you need from me this time? No, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to see you. Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan nodded gently. Looking up at the clouds in the sky, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, shifting into a more comfortable position. Yang Kai hugged her and didn't say anything else, simply looking up at the sky with Su Yan. Under the giant silver tree, snow was falling. Everything was quiet, and the scene at this moment was like a poem or a painting. In the distance, Qinya seemed to have come to see Su Yan, but before she could get close, she saw this warm scene. After smiling, she quietly turned around and left. You colluded with the Sea clan and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't make things clear, don't even think about leaving Black Reef Island today. A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and as soon as this voice fell, a burly middle-aged man appeared beside Qi Yunhai and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could say anything, a loud roar came from inside Black Reef Island. Impudence, Yang Kai is this old master's guest, who dares be rude to him? Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated greatly. Fortunately, he had not misjudged Sha Hu and had immediately come forward to defend him after noticing his arrival. However, the current situation was a bit complicated, Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business and simply stood quietly in place, waiting to hear what Sha Hu had to say. From the other side, Sha Hu flew over in an imposing manner and landed beside Yang Kai in a very short time, his face filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Qi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Qi Yunhai seemed to be a little afraid to meet Sha Hu's gaze, but the burly middle-aged man was not afraid and stared back at Sha Hu without flinching. Jianghu was also stunned in place, glancing at Yang Kai before glancing around, unable to believe that the blue roaring tidal array had been completely broken with just a single word from the other party. Third Temple Master Qi Yunhai was even more dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. The remaining Supreme Ocean Palace Masters all let out cries of disbelief. What happened? After a while, Jianghu suddenly reacted and roared at Qi Yunhai, "Where are the disciples presiding over the spirit array? Why did they stop the spirit array?" He thought that the spirit array had been broken because the disciples had taken the initiative to stop it, not because of Yang Kai's meddling. Qi Yunhai felt a headache coming on and quickly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and contacted the disciples presiding over the blue roaring tidal array. A moment later, he said in a panic, "First Temple Master, it's not that the disciples stopped the spirit array, it's just that they can no longer activate it." "How is that possible?" Jianghui's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai grinned, "Don't waste your energy. Now that the world energy within 1,000 kilometers is under my control, without my consent, your spirit array is just a decoration." "Nonsense!" Jianghu shouted, "Even if you are an origin king, it is impossible for you to control such a large range of world energy. Do you take this temple master for a fool?" Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he suddenly raised his hands slowly. His movements were not fast. Instead, they were very slow. However, as he raised his hands, the seawater around Black Reef Island began to boil fiercely. Huge bubbles constantly rose from the surface of the sea. One after another, huge whirlpools formed near Black Reef Island and began to rotate wildly. Hong hong hong, thick pillars of water suddenly shot out from those whirlpools. Each pillar of water was dozens of meters thick. They shot straight up into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were pierced by them. The sky shook and the earth trembled, causing everyone to lose their footing. The sea around Black Reef Island seemed to have suddenly dropped a few inches. The water pillars that had rushed into the sky ferociously returned, transforming into azure water dragons. On their ferocious and incomparably huge heads, their facial features were vivid and lifelike. Even the body formed by the water pillars had lines that resembled dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, around Black Reef Island, hundreds of water dragons formed from pure seawater took shape. These water dragons shook their heads and waved their tails as they rushed towards Black Reef Island. When they were only a few hundred feet away from Black Reef Island, they suddenly stopped and looked down. Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea was his conflagrated knowledge sea, so it was extremely easy for him to leave a mark on these materials that had already been refined. The entire process was smooth, and it only took Yang Kai half an hour to complete the carving of the space array. After carefully inspecting the array diagram and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Yang Kai smiled slightly and poured his space force into it to activate the space array. At the same time, he located High Heaven Sect space array and connected the two places. "That's it?" the old man asked in disbelief. "It's almost done. As long as enough saint crystals are placed into the space array, it will be able to operate," Yang Kai nodded and replied. The 6 array masters all gasped as they stared at Yang Kai in admiration. A space array. It only took him 5 days to set up such a huge space array. If such a thing was told, no one would believe it. On Shadowed Star, the method of arranging space arrays had long been lost. All that remained were relics from ancient times, and the cultivator could only perform some simple repairs. It was impossible for them to be rearranged. Moreover, even in ancient times, when the method of arranging space arrays had not been lost, it was impossible for it to be completed in such a short time. According to ancient records, the arrangement of a space array was a huge waste of manpower and resources. Not only did it require a huge amount of financial and material resources, but it also consumed a lot of time. Over the years, being able to arrange a single space array was already an amazing feat, but here, it had been completed in just 5 days. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and excitement. After all, this space array contained their blood, sweat, and tears. Sect Master Yang, may this old master be so bold as to give it a try? The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. Being the first person to use a space array, although there were no substantial benefits, for him, it was still a kind of glory. Wait a moment. Yang Kai chuckled before sitting down, taking out some strange materials from his space ring and placing them in front of him to smelt. Wrapped in his Saint Chi, the impurities in these materials were removed and the various materials gradually gathered together like a hodgepodge. The 6 array masters didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, so all of them just stared at him in confusion, feeling that he was quite mysterious. After a short while, a token-like object appeared in Yang Kai's hand. This token was not eye-catching, it was black in color and did not give off any world energy fluctuations, but on this token was engraved the word Ling. It was as if a dragon was flying and a phoenix was dancing, as if a divine dragon was about to soar into the sky, giving it an indescribable feeling. Yang Kai refined a total of 6 such tokens before casually tossing them to the 6 array masters. Each of the 6 array masters took one and held it in their palms as they examined it carefully. The old man seemed to think of something and his expression became excited as he stammered, "Sect Master Yang, dare I ask what this is?" He obviously misunderstood and thought that Yang Kai had given them something good. "This is a transmission token. Without this transmission token, the only result of activating the space array is being banished to the void, never to return." Yang Kai explained lightly. The faces of the 6 array masters changed as they understood the purpose of these 6 tokens Yang Kai had specially refined. The old man recovered from his loss and quickly understood the key to this, cupping his fists and saying, "Sect Master Yang's thoughts are meticulous, this old master admires. With this, we can avoid the situation of a large number of cultivators invading with the help of our sect's arrays." It may not be of any use to Sect Master Yang, but if it is obtained by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or secret technique, it will be of great use. It contains the source of the sea and is filled with rich and pure water attribute world energy. It is almost inexhaustible. This king gave it to my daughter as a birthday gift 2 years ago. Since it belongs to my daughter, of course she can give it to Sect Master Yang, Lai Kong explained. The source of the sea. Yang Kai was slightly moved, this thing really has some use to me. Since that's the case, this Yang will accept it. Lai Kong smiled and nodded. The several great commanders saw that the matter had reached this point and could not say anything more. However, this sea god bead is too precious. How about this? This Yang is willing to exchange 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills for it. What does Lai Kong Palace think? 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills? Lai Kong's eyes lit up. The expressions of many great commanders also became excited. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills from Xia Ningchang. Yi Shiyun naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven Sect as a foundation, High Heaven Sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven Sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qian Tong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years, he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself and gradually established the current High Heaven Sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the city lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Ji too was still the city lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Fang Fengqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Ji too was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days, the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Ji too disappeared from the space array. After a while, he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future, our 2 sects can communicate with each other at any time and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. I hope all of you can help me collect enough space spirit crystals by then. Yes. All the elders nodded before quickly dispersing to contact their respective sects on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai believed that after 3 months, Yang Kai should be able to reap a great harvest. The elders of High Heaven Sect were all mobilized, leaving Yang Kai with nothing to do. After spending a few days with his parents and brothers, he took Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang to travel around Shadowed Star. He didn't know when he would be free after this trip. He only hoped that he could spend more time with his 2 senior sisters in these 3 months and enjoy more time with his 2 women. Such a life was simply a luxury for him. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. Yin Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain was a small mountain composed of thousand illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, thousand illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the five elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed thousand illusion-colored glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, thousand illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used thousand illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. Its belly was now somewhat round and rolling, a clear indication of how much it had eaten. Yang Kai had it spit out the thousand illusion-colored glass. After putting it into his space ring, Yang Kai bid farewell to Gong Ao Fu. Before leaving, Yang Kai left behind some origin-grade artifacts and some origin-grade spirit pills for colored glass sect. Whether it was origin-grade artifacts or origin-grade spirit pills, they were all extremely precious treasures on Shadowed Star. Gong Ao Fu was naturally overjoyed and led the sect's elders and elite disciples to respectfully send off Yang Kai. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect. In the square of the main hall, a brand new space array was arranged under the direction of Yang Kai. This space array was somewhat different from the ones Yang Kai had arranged on Shadowed Star before. The main difference was that it occupied a smaller area, but the overall space array gave off a more dignified feeling. This was a space array that could carry out ultra-long distance stars transmission. It was also the space array Yang Kai was using to locate High Heaven Sect. Just like before, with this space array as a foundation, Yang Kai only needed to arrange another space array on a nearby star and locate it, then he could perform the transmission. At this point, High Heaven Sect's two major space arrays had been completed. One was arranged outside High Heaven Sect and was used to communicate with all of Shadowed Star, while the other was a newly arranged space array. In the future, it would connect to some part of Shadowed Star's territory, something Yang Kai was looking forward to. Over the past 3 months, the entire High Heaven Sect had exhausted all of its resources, but only managed to collect less than 2,000 space spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These space spirit crystals were almost all of Shadowed Star's reserves, unless there were undiscovered space spirit crystal lodes. According to Yang Kai's estimation, these space spirit crystals should be enough to arrange 3 or 4 space arrays in Shadowed Star's territory. After arranging all the trivial matters and saying goodbye to his family and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sand field again and chatted with Yang Yen for a while before summoning his star shuttle and flying off. Inside High Heaven Sect, tens of thousands of people looked up and watched as the streak of light soared into the sky and finally disappeared from sight. Be careful on the way. Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang stood on different peaks as they silently wished each other the best of luck. Outside Shadowed Star's 1,000,000 kilometer radius, the invisible star field territory was filled with astral winds. Here, large and small star field storms gathered, raged, annihilated, then reformed again. This cycle repeated itself. The fast-moving meteorite sea could smash any warrior or battleship that dared to enter this place to pieces. This was one of Shadowed Star's barriers. At worst, he could just rely on his space force to tear through the void and rush out through a void crack. After calling out to the stone mongoose in his mind, Yang Kai stood in place and waited quietly. After a full day, the stone mongoose finally arrived. If not for the special connection between Yang Kai and it and knowing that it was safe and sound, he would have thought that it had met with an accident and died here. Yang Kai glared at it, but just as he was about to reprimand it, his eyes suddenly fixed on the stone mongoose's stomach. The stone mongoose's stomach was rolling. At a glance, it was obvious that this guy had swallowed a lot of minerals in the past half a month, and a lot of minerals at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for its bottomless stomach to become like this. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. This was because the dead stars he encountered along the way were extremely barren. Some of them didn't even have anything of value. It could be said that they were barren lands. But now, the stone mongoose had harvested so many minerals from this dead star. It was obvious that although there was no world energy here, there were definitely minerals. And the minerals that caught the stone mongoose's eyes were definitely not cheap. "Spit them out for me to see," Yang Kai said to the stone mongoose. The stone puppet scratched its head and did not hesitate, opening its mouth and pouring out a pile of different-sized ores that exuded a variety of colors. These ores then piled up higher and higher, gradually forming a small hill. After spitting them out, it patted its shriveled belly with an innocent look on its face. "This is..." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a basin-sized rock that was giving off a silver glow. Stepping forward and reaching out to touch it, he released his divine sense to investigate it and muttered, "Heavenly isolating silver?" Today's Yang Kai was no longer the young boy he used to be. After so many years of wandering and experience, he had developed extraordinary eyesight and profound knowledge. While he didn't dare say he knew all the cultivation materials in the star territory, he could at least recognize most of them. This basin-sized silver ore was obviously an origin-grade high-rank material, heavenly isolating silver. If this thing was added to an artifact, it could greatly improve the flexibility of the artifact. As a result, it would be difficult for an artifact to be damaged in battle. Simply put, heavenly isolating silver was a supplementary material that could be added when refining artifacts. It could be added to any artifact. It was a versatile material. A cultivator would view their artifacts as extremely precious, so if a material that could improve the performance of an artifact appeared, it would inevitably cause a scramble. Heavenly isolating silver was such a material, and its value was not low. It could be said that it was incompatible with the world's spirit energy. If it was used to refine artifacts, no one would be able to use it. No one was able to use it, and the artifact was completely destroyed. However, there was no doubt that it was precious. It was because of its natural resistance to spirit energy that it could be used to set up spirit arrays. The spirit array arranged with annihilation crystals could restrict a cultivator from using their Saint Chi, so if they were to accidentally fall into it, they would lose their life. If one accidentally fell into it, it would be similar to the Serene Soul Island where one could only rely on their physical strength. The famous Annihilation Solitary Void Array required annihilation crystals as its array core. If a cultivator could not use their Saint Chi or artifacts, could they still be called a cultivator? The residents of Shadowed Soul Island used Shadowed Heaven pills to temper their physiques, allowing them to survive in that kind of environment, but not every cultivator had a pill like Shadowed Heaven pill, and not every cultivator focused on tempering their physique. The Annihilation Solitary Void Array could be said to be the nemesis of almost every cultivator. Even if an Origin King Realm Master fell into it, they would inevitably be disgraced. Although this spirit array was powerful, annihilation crystals were extremely rare and rare. But here, there was an annihilation crystal lode, and judging from the exposed crystals on the stone walls, this lode was actually rich. There were 3 grades of or veins, rich or veins, ordinary or veins, and poor or veins. Each grade had its own unique evaluation criteria. Generally speaking, a lode that reached the rich grade only needed to be casually mined to collect the corresponding minerals. The value of such lodes was astonishing, and they were extremely rare. Yang Kai had not expected that he would actually find a rich annihilation crystal lode here. The stone mongoose had already rushed up and began swallowing countless annihilation crystals in a short time. Kai Yang didn't hesitate and rushed forward to loot the area. Although this place was affected by the annihilation crystal and Saint Chi was greatly suppressed, Yang Kai's physical strength was extremely strong, so his mining speed was only slightly slower than the stone mongoose's. In less than a day, Yang Kai had mined at least 500 annihilation crystals. As for the one swallowed by the stone mongoose, it was simply impossible to calculate. 500 annihilation crystals were enough to arrange a spirit array to cover a small sect. But no sect would be stupid enough to do so. If they did, their disciples would not be able to cultivate in the future. They would not be able to sense the world energy, so how could they cultivate? Annihilation crystals were very suitable for arranging spirit arrays in special places, such as certain forbidden areas, or traps. I'll go refine some special transmission tokens. Yang Kai finished speaking and immediately left. Because Yang Kai wanted to take many people to the ore star to mine ores this time, the transmission tokens had to be specially refined. Yang Kai spent some time refining 50 special transmission tokens. These transmission tokens were different from the previous ones. Each transmission token could ensure that 50 people could safely pass through the space array arranged by Yang Kai. Moreover, when the transmission tokens were being refined, Yang Kai also asked Yi Shiyun to use her Saint Chi to place a seal on them. As a result, if one wanted to use the transmission token, Yi Shiyun would first have to pour her Saint Chi into it to remove the seal. Although the method of using this transmission token was a bit cumbersome, it could guarantee its safety and also ensure that if the transmission token fell into the hands of an enemy, that enemy would not be able to use it. All those who wanted to use this transmission token had to first obtain Yi Shiyun's consent. It took Yang Kai a lot of time to refine this special transmission token, and it took him 10 days to complete it. He wanted to see Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang again, but to his surprise, Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang had both entered retreat. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, after he finished arranging all the major space arrays in the territory of the communication star, he could return at any time, so there was no need to rush things. Qian Tong led a group of elites from Shadow Moon Hall to High Heaven Sect. He was obviously interested in the news from Yi Shiyun, so for this trip, he had dispatched 1,000 disciples. For the Shadow Moon Hall, which was currently recuperating, this number was not small. After arriving at High Heaven Sect and listening to Yang Kai's detailed description of the situation on the Dead Star, Qian Tong could not wait to say, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. There are so many rare ores, if we can mine them all, it would be difficult for our two forces not to become rich. Does old man Qian want to leave Shadowed Star as soon as possible?" Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Qian Tong was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Indeed, this old master has been struck by lightning again these past few days, and as time passes, the world principles here are rejecting this old master more and more. This old master was afraid that if you did not return for a few dozen years, what would happen to me? Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, this old master naturally has to grasp it well. Yang Kai, you can rest assured that this old master will temporarily take charge of the Ore Star. If any blind fools discover it, this old master will deal with them properly. With old man Qian's words, I can truly rest assured, Yang Kai nodded. Standing up, he waved his hand and said, there's no time to lose, let's set out. The ruins that had been deserted for countless years suddenly became lively as 2,000 people shuttled back and forth, using the various materials they had brought to build buildings. Yang Kai began to arrange a space array here. Since this place was going to become a camp, it naturally needed a space array to communicate with the outside. Whether it was the super array in the mountain valley or the one Yang Kai had left in the mineral lode, they all needed a transfer point to communicate with each other. This way, it would be convenient to mine ores and save the disciples a lot of time. Through the star, Yang Kai was able to confirm that the nearest cultivation star was at least a year's journey away. He wasn't in a hurry and would occasionally land on a moving asteroid, cultivating while letting the asteroid carry him forward. Sometimes, he would go to a certain dead star to see if he could find anything else. However, a dead star was a dead star after all. Yang Kai investigated many dead stars in a row but didn't find anything. It was really an accident that he had made such a big discovery last time. That kind of accident shouldn't happen a second time. However, on one of the dead stars that he passed by, he left another hidden super teleportation formation that was connected to the previous one. During this time, the stone mongoose had been sleeping in his space ring, not moving at all, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that there seemed to be a thick layer of impurities around the stone mongoose's body, slowly wrapping it up and forming a cocoon-like thing. It was just like the state of the stone mongoose before it was born. The stone mongoose can evolve? While Yang Kai was suspicious, he was also looking forward to seeing what kind of changes the stone mongoose would undergo when it broke out of its cocoon. After cultivating these days, Yang Kai had also faintly noticed a barrier. It was the shackles of the Origin King realm. Only by breaking through this barrier could one become an Origin King. At this time, if he could find a cultivation star and enter retreat for a year or so, Yang Kai was confident that he could give it a try and see if he could successfully break through. On this day, Yang Kai habitually checked the stone mongoose's situation. Because the stone mongoose hadn't shown any signs of activity in the past year, Yang Kai basically checked every once in a while. Until now, the stone mongoose hadn't shown any abnormalities, but this time, he clearly felt that the stone mongoose was showing signs of breaking out of its cocoon. Overjoyed, Yang Kai wanted to find a place to stay for a while and wait for the stone mongoose to complete its evolution. After looking around, Yang Kai rushed straight towards a nearby asteroid sea. This asteroid sea was quietly suspended in the void, showing no signs of moving, so it was a good place to stop. But when Yang Kai approached the asteroid sea, he suddenly frowned. He sensed the auras of other living beings hidden in this asteroid sea, and there was more than one of them. Although these auras were hidden, each one was extremely powerful, indicating that they were all Origin returning realm masters. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discover them. This group of people was hiding here stealthily, so it was obvious they were up to something. Yang Kai felt his bad luck and didn't want to be involved in this muddy water, so he turned around and left. However, just as his figure moved, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in the distance, and immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot straight towards him from behind an asteroid. This beam of light contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and even though it was several dozen kilometers away, it still arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. An Origin King Realm Master. Yang Kai's face sank. An Origin King Realm Master was actually hiding in this asteroid sea. Even he hadn't noticed it just now. Although with his current strength, Yang Kai was invincible under the Origin King Realm, facing an Origin King Realm Master, he didn't dare lower his guard. The Origin King Realm and the Origin Returning Realm were completely different existences, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters who were stuck at the Origin King Realm for their entire lives, unable to advance. The other party suddenly attacking was obviously intending to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Jianghu smiled coldly, calmly playing with a ring-shaped artifact in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "We really have no grievances or enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having eyes and insisting on passing through here." Heh, Senior Li hates it when his plans are disturbed. "What plans?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Dong, who was standing next to Jianghu, said impatiently, "Boy, you're about to die, why are you asking so many questions?" "It's precisely because I'm about to die that I want to make things clear, lest I die without knowing why." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You want to die without knowing why?" Jianghu looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "Yes. It's not that I can't tell you, in any case, you." Jianghu said in a playful tone, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Dong. "What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him so we can report back to Master Li." "That's true." Jianghu nodded in agreement, glancing over at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. This boy was able to take a blow from Master Li without dying, so he's not someone to be trifled with. This kind of person must have a lot of good things. Let's split the things in his ring 50-50. No problem. Lu Dong nodded. After a few words, the two of them divided up Kai Yang's belongings. In any case, Senior Li had only said that they would bring back the corpse, not the items. Naturally, these things could be pocketed by the two of them. They believed that with Senior Li's status, he wouldn't be interested in these things, let alone pursue this matter. "You want my things?" Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he coldly said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to take them." "Arrogant brat." Lu Dong coldly snorted, and in the next moment, his complexion changed drastically, his eyes bulging as he stared at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing, but there was no one there. Yang Kai had actually disappeared without a trace. All of a sudden, he felt a faint chill on his neck. Jianghu's horrified cry rang in his ears, "Brother Lu, quickly dodge." Lu Dong was a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master, so the moment he discovered that Yang Kai had disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that he heard Jianghu's warning, how could he hesitate? Pushing his Saint Qi, he tried to dodge. However, to his horror, the Saint Qi in his body was being suppressed by a powerful shi, causing it to flow extremely slowly. Even the space around him had completely solidified. What kind of powerful shi is this? Lu Dong's courage was shattered as he hurriedly pushed his own shi to resist. This was an inevitable process in a showdown between Origin Returning Realm Masters. Often, the strength of one's shi would determine the final outcome of the battle. However, reality made him despair. As soon as his shi spread out from his body, it was like a snowflake encountering a scorching sun, instantly melting away, unable to form a new shi. At that moment, Lu Dong felt a chill on his neck and his line of sight suddenly turned upside down. Through his eyes, he saw a headless corpse standing in the void, red blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight to behold. This person's clothes, figure, and even the ring on his finger, all look like mine. Have I been killed? Lu Dong's brow went cold as he faintly realized something, but soon, darkness descended and swallowed all his consciousness and vitality. Can you speak now? When Kai Yang reappeared, he was already standing 10 feet in front of Zhang Fu. His complexion was ruddy, and there was no trace of his previous injuries. Clearly, he was in a much better condition. He stared at Zhang Fu coldly as a golden blood thread flew out from his finger, like a snake that was flicking its forked tongue and devouring its prey. Zhang Fu's entire body shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, almost causing his feet to cramp. Lu Dong, who had the same strength as him, had been beheaded in a single exchange. Just a moment ago, he had only seen a golden light flash across Lu Dong's neck. He hadn't even been able to see how Kai Yang had acted. Was there such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Even if Master Li wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy, right? Zhang Fu stood in place with a pale face, large beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.